What comes around goes around, my man. Say hey, hey, say hey, hey. Forth and back, and just like that, you're going down for heaven's gate. I gotta tell it to the right, we're going down.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Yes, indeed. Explicit language. Explicit language. Guys, don't mind the bot. The bot is there for everyone's benefit. Mainly, to be honest with you, the bot is there because it's there to mostly to promote the channel and to do cool stuff. And if it's annoying, tell me what's annoying about it, and I need to go in and change it because a lot of it's automated, and I just haven't gotten to it to change it yet. So, yeah, it's really there for like. Honestly, the only things I thought I had enabled was like the all caps spammer guys, multiple spam messages in short periods of time, that sort of thing. So that's what that's what it's there for. And of course, to spam the chat with my lovely face behind a mask. So yeah, there you go. Welcome, Kat. How are you? How's the cat life been today?
Pretty good, but not really.
Not really good. Why
Yeah.
not really good?
I found out I can't debate.
Oh, I already knew that.
So
You should have asked. I would have told you.
it's pretty bad, but whatever.
What made you think that you could debate in the first place?
I did not think I could, but I didn't think it would be that hard.
How is it not that hard? It's
I don't
literally a
know.
skill set that most people never master.
Yep. So there you go.
So you got bodied, huh? Was it like a 20-second body or was it like 30? Did you go a minute?
It was just
Did
like really, really annoyingly terrible, painful.
So here's the thing. Women are great at arguing. They suck at actually debating. Like if they have to have a point, that's it. That's the end of it right there. If there has to be a point, done. Dunzo. And also, yes, Anson is right. Kat is way too agreeable to debate. That's true. That's very true. So, Kat, subject tonight, I didn't get a chance to warn you about the subject tonight because you were too wrapped up in your debate and didn't want to talk to anybody. So, sorry. But, yeah. The monster within us all. Mostly men, though. I think most women, we can see the monster pretty clearly. Men, it's a little harder. Not demons, just monsters. Like Robert Peterson or Jordan Peterson says, every man should be a monster and have that monster under control. I believe that. I've always believed that. No, not demons. Demons are for women. Women are demons. It's interchangeable. I'm really shocked that they don't spell it the same. Yes, Clover Tack, I saw that. It's been a great week for 2A. We'll get into that. I may even bring you up here so we can gloat. We will gloat, sir. Gloat. But yes, first I got to get into this topic. So I think that most men, if you ask most modern men, and by modern I mean 25 and under, you're going to find probably about 30% that have ever actually been in a fight, like a real fight, not like 20 of their boys jumping some poor bastard. I'm talking about like a legit street fight, legit, duking it out, words after school, that sort of thing. Probably 30%. An argument could probably be made for 20%, but I'll go 30. And the reason for that is obviously the feminist agenda to emasculate men, to make them into more or less women. And the political agenda to control the masculine men through the military, right? They only want the masculine men in positions that they control. And by they, I mean the political embodiment of our government. And so I find it very interesting. It's a very interesting thing because when I grew up, it was very much different. We actually fought. As a matter of fact, I had a friend of mine, good guy, Rodney. And he came from a small town in like Nowheresville, Missouri or Iowa or somewhere where they grew corn. It's nothing but farms, and everybody went to school together and all that. And they had two choices of entertainment on a weekend. They could go to the movies if they had the money, or they could go out in the cornfield somewhere and fight. And usually they just went and fought. Indiana probably was Indiana, actually. With a name like Rodney, that sounds like Indiana. And so that was kind of the world I grew up in. I grew up in a world where I fought a lot. Not actually, like to actually hurt people, but just, that's just what you did is aggression. We're not, we were men, young men, full of hormones and aggression and all of that. And as we've talked about many times, and we'll continue to talk about, we'll talk about it probably until the end of time, about how, young men need to learn how to tussle, to fight, to, kind of beat each other up a little bit here and there, because if they don't, then they can actually really hurt somebody. Willie, I really like that. You can't spell Pride Month without demon. That's pretty fucking good, young man. Pretty fucking good. Thank you. Appreciate that. And you heard it here first. Can't spell Pride Month without demons. Anyway, I digress. So when you look at the mechanisms that are arrayed against young men specifically, is it any wonder that we have young men, as they come into adulthood, go absolutely batshit crazy because they've never been taught to what they're really capable of? That they don't understand the strength that they have, the damage they can do? Is it any wonder that we're in the situation we're in today? That's an open question. Anybody can answer that. I don't think I'm not surprised at all. I think it's a natural, and I think it's a desired reaction. I think that by having young men basically unable to control themselves and acting out, then that gives the government, the ruling body, however you want to look at it, more leverage to enact more and more policy around controlling young men's lives. And so it's very interesting, because and all of this comes out, I wanted to lay all of this groundwork, all of this boring ass, we've heard it a million times groundwork. I understand. We've all heard it. We've all heard people talk about this. I get it, but I have to lay this groundwork because last night in a discussion on Glenn's channel, before I went to bed, I had a discussion. I was involved in a discussion where I told this fellow, I don't see him in the chat. I told this fellow that I do not consider myself a good man. I don't call myself a good man. I don't think of myself as a good man. I find it very interesting when people say that I'm a good man, right? I don't think that I've earned that particular title. I don't know what a good man is, to be honest with you. I know some people that I consider good men, but I'm not sure that I'm accurate about that. And I told him that I didn't think that, and he said, "Well, obviously you're a good man. You do this and you do that and all of these things." And I told him that I would rather be thought of as being resolute, reliable, courteous, thoughtful, maybe honest. I'd rather be thought in those ways, responsible, good dad. I would rather be thought of in those ways, because to me that's more meaningful, and those are quantifiable. I can understand, I can know the truth of someone being honest, because we can tell the difference between a lie and the truth, right? Most of us can. But I don't think that we can say what a good person is, because all of the qualities that I just listed off, he had tried to use as an example of being good. And I turned that around and said all of those things are found in evil people. All of those, you could say the same thing. Hitler believed that he was doing the right thing. Right? Jim Jones honestly believed and was 100% honest and resolute and reliable and honest with the people that he took down to South America and convinced to delete themselves by drinking a toxic drink. He believed that. And that was an evil act. That was evil. There was no good there. So I don't believe in that. I don't believe that you can quantify good. What is good? What is good? What's a good person? I can't define it. No, I don't think anybody else can either. I think that we try, and I think that we use it as a generic term, and I think it's wrong. And I think that if you really look at it and you really think about it, you'll come to the conclusion that you're wrong in doing that as well. And I gave the example that I had come in from the lake a year or so ago. I think it was 2 years ago, actually, not last year. And I had just gotten in, and I'm 20 minutes from my house to the ramp. I can go from my house to the ramp and have the boat in the water in 20, 25 minutes, something like that. And I just gotten in, I just backed the boat in, gotten out, and I come in and I look on my computer, and there's a guy that's in our local fishing page on Facebook, and he's been out on the lake for a couple of hours. The engine's dead. There's no battery power. He can't, troll around or anything. And he's basically, him and his two buddies have been out there floating around for a couple of hours, and people go by, but nobody's helping him. So I go back out and I get in my truck. Well, actually, I said, is there nobody else? I was like, well, we can't afford towboat. We don't have insurance to tow us off the lake, and we don't have anyone to call. We don't know anybody with another boat. We don't have, we have cell phones. Who are we going to call? It's okay. Well, I'll come help you. Nobody else is going to do it. I'll do it. So I got in my truck. I drove back to the lake. I put my boat back in the water. I drove out on the lake. I towed the guy back in. I've got pictures of it. It's really cool. And I put, I hauled the guys in. I helped them get the boat to the dock, and I loaded my boat and I went home. I didn't ask them for money. I didn't do it for any specific gratification. It's just that it needed to be done, and I could do it, and nobody else was going to do it. Right. And as a human being, we have an obligation to at least attempt to help people. We don't have to help people, but we should attempt it. If nobody else is going to do it and you can do it, you should, by definition, do it. If you're a good person, right? Or maybe you're just a responsible person. I think you're more responsible. I think that's a responsible thing to do. I think that's a grown-up adult thing to do, to help somebody. Just do it. And it's an interesting dynamic. It's really interesting. I mean, I've been thinking about it for the last 14 hours, right? I am not a good person. It literally takes every portion of my being, every moment of the day, not to be a complete and total asshole. To just tear into people that just say the slightest little thing wrong, to just, just not be mean. I want to be mean. My nature is to be mean. My nature is to respond with violence. Every single thing that opposes me, my first instinct is violence. 100% of the time, guaranteed. It was worse when I was younger. When I was younger, I have the scars to prove it. And people talk about, and kind of guys gave Viking a hard time a week or so ago about breaking the boards. I did not break boards in my martial arts class. I didn't. I'll be the first one to say that. I didn't do anything of that. The guys I trained with, they were, and they're probably part of my specific warp in my mentality is that if you try and hit me, I'm going to break your arm. If you try and kick me, I'm going to break your leg. If you continue to do so, I will break the other leg. I don't want to kill you, but if it comes down to it, you're deleted. And that's just the way it is. That is who I am. And that is who I think most men are. Most men are this way, or they should be. But they should control it. They should be able to dial it back. They should have control of that monster within. But our society, and I don't want to go into the political side of this just yet. I think our society demands and pressures us into denying this about ourselves. And denial is the worst thing. Now they convince you that you are a good person, but you're not a good person. And then when you break, when you can't control it, that minute that you slip, all of a sudden you run over somebody with your car, you've crashed into a building, you've done something really nuts, really crazy. And it's bad. It's really bad. Kat, do you have comments? You look like you have something to say, and I've been talking a long time.
No. I mean, I don't know what a good person is either. Is it what you do? Is it what you think? Is it what you have accomplished in the world? I don't know.
Keep going.
I don't know what else.
You're doing good stuff. Go. Keep talking.
I don't know. So, and like if someone asks if you're a good person, I don't know. Who knows?
Clover Tech, I will fix the long message. I didn't know that was in there. The bot is new. It's look, everybody has the first day at work, pal. Everybody has the first day on the job. The bot, give him a break. He's okay. I don't think he's going to time you out. I don't think it shouldn't time you out. But guys, if you while I was doing that, I wasn't really watching chat. So I'm going to scroll back and I'm going to try and pick out some good answers here. Good stuff. But I apologize. I was talking for like a good 10 minutes there, 20 minutes there. And I apologize. But I really wanted to kind of get that monologue out, and so we could talk about it. So, yeah. All right. So we got everybody coming in here saying hello. We've got everybody simping for Kat. Stop simping for Kat. Don't do that. I'm better than most men, but I understand why you don't want to be called a good man. Yeah. Okay. It's not a question of me not wanting it. I don't believe it fits. I don't believe it fits because I know myself. Yeah. Good is either ideals that we Austin Salaya, I think it's Salaya. I know you've told me how to say your name before. I forget. That we ideals that we agree make society better. Well, I don't agree with that. I think good is highly subjective. Yeah. Yeah. I try to be a good guy. Yeah. Yeah. PKFRX. That's right. Yeah. It needed to be done. I could do it. Why wouldn't I do it? Right. That's not, I think that it's a tragedy in modern times that people feel no responsibility to their fellow human man or humans, I guess, fellow man, whatever. So hard to help anyone if you don't know enough to be able to help. Being an ace at video game offers no value to us as others. That's true. Of course, some basic skills. Clovertack has some good comments. W&D, I see he got on to look, I'm apologize everybody, he doesn't know his job, man. He's learning. He's just a bot, just a young bot. Give him some time. He'll get it. I think there's a drive in men. Maybe it's a mind frame instilled in us classic folk, but if there's a drive to get stuff done, but yeah, okay, I agree with that. Cat only likes a few people. I agree with that. He is not turning into Skynet. Shut up. All right. I can't type the message link to YouTube lost. So Clover Tack, that's my bad. I'm sorry. I will get them I'll reset it when I get a minute. This is related to birth rate and a change in the value of children. Yes, I agree. That's 100% true. Blah, 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 da, 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 da. Based, yeah, of course. It is based. It's based in reality. Oh, it shouldn't have timed you out, bro. I'll have to check that. Yeah, go to Kat's channel to simp on her. Oh, this is funny. Where is that at? Here it is. Did it not come up? There it is. The EPA sucks. Truck hit DPF regen today on the way back to the gravel yard, running 116,000 gross, pulling hills at 20 miles an hour. Fucking stupid. I had a 2014 Dodge single rear wheel 2500 with the then brand new DPF and regen cycle, and it melted the engine down in an intersection because it hit regen at the wrong time, and I think it did it like 4 times in a row. Most people are good people. Yeah, okay, agree with that. Yeah, don't go simping for married women. Yeah, we're going to talk about the bump stock thing. We're going to dive into the political stuff here in a moment. Now that I'm kind of caught up on the Chadinsky. Here's the thing. So I went through that whole good guy thing because I think that it's interesting how our society as a whole continues to push and divide good men from weak men, or solid men from weak men, however you want to look, whatever you want to call it, right? Men from soft men, soft boys, beaten cheeks, for example. I'm kidding. The Raging Patriot, I program him what to think. I made some mistakes. Look, man, I just did that. I apologize. I will take care of him. I can't really take him offline. I don't think I can take him offline while I'm doing this because I get too much going on, but we'll see. Drizzle. Yeah. Okay. All right. So Kat, do you have any insight into the aggression of men?
I mean, it happens.
Well, yeah.
It's fine. I mean, that's
It's
what they
fine.
do. I don't know. Like in general aggression, it's just something they need to run around and get outside for.
Mm-hmm. Keep talking. I'm trying to work with the bot.
Okay.
Sorry.
So let's see. Yeah. Boys are very hostile, and that's why they need to go and play outside all day and get their energy out and just come inside when they're tired. Why do you ask me to talk?
Because you're here.
All right. Let's see. I like
Why would I
when
not
boys
ask you to
do
talk?
sports. I think they should go and do their little, fighting each other stuff. Get that stuff out. I think women should probably fight each other too because they want to more. Women do it like verbally, like reputation destruction, but men will just like fight and then they'll be friends after. Women will like hate each other, destroy each other's lives, and they'll never make up.
Yeah, I was talking about that with somebody in person tonight about how women will literally like gouge each other's eyes out when they're fighting.
Yeah, women fight dirty. They just don't have the strength, which is a good thing. Because you don't want them to have this, like they will just like try to kill you if they can.
Right. I feel like that it's a result of not understanding what pain is and how how they inflict it. So
No, I think they understand. They just want to really off people in
You
their
think so?
core. I think
they
so.
just have no
They just don't care.
no point of reference,
No, I
or they
think
just don't care.
they are very hostile, and they like take out competition by any means necessary.
I have retrained the bot. See if somebody type a really long post and see what happens. I've retrained him. I sent him back through retraining. Human Resources has recalled him, and Karen has spoken with him about his offenses. Soft men moderate their tone and assertive nature. Tone moderation and assertive shaming makes men sound and act like women. Yes, yes, that's absolutely accurate. I can't get there. I can defeat Skynet. Just saying. I got it. Cool. Aggression is not a bad trait used in the right way. It is actually, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. So, just need to show a young man the right way to channel that energy and competitive spirit. So, maybe, but maybe not. I disagree, because when we look at professional sports, where young men in theory are taught to express themselves in all of these ways, we see that they are what it is, the National Felons League, I think is what we're calling it these days. And the sheer number of offenses that come out of there, I don't believe this. I believe that what happens is that you have to have men teaching young men how to be men, and that's how that works. And they have to be, they have to have strong women around them that show them what a woman should act like, so that when they do not accept weak, insecure, and troublesome women. Because honestly, I believe that there's a lot to this idea. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of, I've put a lot of thought into this idea that troublesome women with weak men breed angry, destructive men. Because weak men don't understand and do not know how to deal with, and have no experience dealing with, any kind of trouble, aggravation, someone just razzing them all the time, or just on their case. They've never been bullied. They've never been harassed. They've never been told that they're an idiot 20,000 times in a day. And I'm going to get to a really interesting example of this in just a minute. And so I think when you take a weak man, a modern air quotes man, who has no fucking clue to start with, and then you pair him with a modern woman who has been told her whole life, bitch, hear me roar. All of a sudden you have a recipe for disaster, absolute disaster. And we see it over and over. It's in the news probably today. I'm positive that somebody could go out on the wide web right now and find some article about some stupid ass woman who has in a relationship with some stupid ass weak dude that doesn't even know how it is to be a man, probably a bunch of gay ass tattoos and dreadlocks and some shit like that. And he beat the crap out of her, or she beat the crap out of him, or whatever. And because they don't know how to deal with it. They can't. They have no way. They have no mental faculty to deal with it. Jared Barlow, if we need something to talk about, how about you talk about some literature you've read? No, that's boring. We'll do that another night. Book club is another night. We will talk about some books, though. Did I bring them out here? Fuck, I don't think I did. Some bitch. Let's see what we got. Yeah, I don't know that this is accurate. I have reservation. I have my doubts. I wish we could still fist fight legally. You can, you just can't tell anybody about it. It's the don't ask, don't tell of the male world, of the Homo sapien world, not the homosexual world. Let's see. There's a difference between assertiveness and aggression. Aggression is caused by repressing the nature of man. I'm going to dwell on that one. We're going to come back to that. What do you think about that, Kat? You got any answers pop to your head?
Yeah, I think assertive is better than aggressive, but you should also be able
the
to
same
be
thing?
aggressive. No,
No? How are they different?
one is not taking stuff from others, and the other one is doing something about it.
It can be used for good or bad. Do you want an agreeable lawyer? No, I literally got and hire, I hire a shark. Like I want the most disagreeable, angry, pissed off. I want the lawyer on his third divorce. Like I want that guy. I want the guy that's just wants to burn everything to the ground. That guy's best. Because he's fresh out of fucks to give. That's for sure. Yeah, that's true, but that's an easy out. We can't go there. We can't let it go that way. Cat TB clearly wants to get in a cat fight with some girls. I don't think so. Cat's too soft. Sorry. I call it like it is. Yes, I do actually. I do believe that. Thank you. Thank you for. We could talk about the skanksercism that needed to happen the other night, but we already kind of did the other day when Andrew was on. Women can only teach a boy to be a good man. Only a man can teach a boy to be a man. No, that's absolutely false. I appreciate the sentiment. I know that you mean well. Women can teach a boy nothing. That's why they fail at it. All they can do is to teach a boy how to be a woman, and men are not women. That's why we have problems in society today. They can't teach them to be a good man. They can't teach them to be good. They can't teach them to be anything because men aren't women. Men, but I do agree with you. Only a man can teach a boy anything. Really. I mean, use your, a woman can teach a boy how to maybe use his fork. Maybe. I don't know. Jury's out on it. Professional sports may be a poor representation. Most men don't silo their energy in any similar way. Nope, I think it's great representation because those men are, in theory, the best of the best. They're highly trained. They have focused aggression, all of that. And I think it's an excellent representation. And plus, they're supposed to be trained in sportsmanship and gamemanship and all of the high-end qualities that a good man should possess, right? Right? Maybe. I don't know. Oh, Cat. Look at Cat. I don't know if you typed that before I said it. That was funny. Yep. That's rare. Not the Cat maybe in your generation, but my mama taught me to be a good man. Maybe. I like Anson. I'm going to have to get Anson. May have to have Anson on tonight. Expressions of anger help you feel good in the moment, but releasing your emotions is aggression anger, though? I don't believe it is. I think anger is anger and aggression is aggression. I can aggressively negotiate, but I'm not angry with you. I'm just being aggressive. I can aggressively attack. I can aggressively drive a race car, but I'm not angry at the track. I think maybe, and plus, I don't think that you cannot truly be aggressive if you are out of control, because then you would be a berserker. True aggression is the maximum amount of control, because you are right there. You are right on the edge of going too far, but you're right there. True aggression is a beautiful thing. It's maximum effort, maximum skill. I disagree with you, Anson. I think you're wrong. I'm sorry. I like you, though. You're a good guy. I do. Yes, toxic max. We've got to quit even talking about toxic masculinity. There's nothing in this world that has less truth to it than the words toxic masculinity. First on race day for the win. Blah blah blah. Cat are women the problems in society? Look at WMD doing his job. Look at that. Kat, you were asking a question.
I don't
Are
know.
women you don't know?
I mean, I think it's both.
You think it's both?
I think the men are too feminine and the women are too masculine. It's too messed up.
But do you think that women are the root of men being masculine?
Maybe single moms teaching their boys to be women, perhaps, and teaching their women to not need men and to emasculate them.
So military men, you have the added aspect in most cases of honor, and they are definitely given a high dose of aggression. Very, very high dose of aggression. So, yeah, men pushing themselves to the brink to work their careers, that I can't speak to that motivation because I think there's a lot of reasons for that. Anson Knowles, smart guy. Aggression is when a man loses control. I, again, disagree with you there. It's accompanied with anger. Strong men are assertive, and when they become aggressive is a warning that fisticuffs are forthcoming. Belligerent. I think the word you're looking for is belligerent. Well, maybe not belligerent. I got to put some thought into that. You got me. You got me thinking. I really like Anson. Indeed. Indeedly doodly. Midnight Neutron. I tried watching the debate Andrew's hosting, but I couldn't keep up with all their prattle. I know what you meant. Now I'm tuned in here. How am I? I am well, sir. I am well. I am clean shaven. And I got a fresh hat tonight. Got to keep my hat game strong. And yeah. I'm going to just blow through this. We're going to put that up there. Kat, can you read that while I'm scrolling?
Has anyone noticed how lots of women publicly accuse men, especially younger men, of being angry as a manipulation tactic? Just joined, so sorry if this has already been discussed.
Yes. The answer is yes. Kat, you've been addressed.
Yes. I was raised by a single mom. It took me a long time to get the chip off my shoulder and learn that the world didn't owe me anything.
Arthrodia, I was going to watch part of that debate as well, but it is a highly technical religious debate, and I find that highly skilled religious debaters operate on a completely different level than I am capable of, and it all becomes washed out to me. So that's why we're talking about this tonight. All right, so I started off, and actually, Anson, I really do appreciate all of your comments. They're very insightful. I just think that you're wrong about the aggression thing. It's just I just don't think that I just think it's a little off, right? Landers says I was also mostly raised by my mother, and when I went out into the world at 17, I had a good 5 years of correction and adjustment to do, and I think that's normal. I think that men without a good male influence tend to have a lot of trouble. Yes, yeah, you can't digest. Yeah, it's and even if it's very high level discussion. Speaking of the military, Mr. Boulay, Department of Numismatics, sends in 10 whole dollars American, which we appreciate. Speaking of the military, happy 249th birthday of the U.S. Army today. Hooah! Thank you. Appreciate that. Happy birthday to the Army. Welcome, Jess. I didn't know that you still watched YouTube. Good to see you in the chat. Good to see you there. All right. And again, thank you for the $10, Mr. Boulay. So I brought all of this up because, again, last night we were talking about what's a good man. we were actually talking about how in this particular discussion, how people perceive other people and how we wish to be perceived and that sort of thing. And I don't know why. I'm not a good man. People often believe that I am not. So there's a disconnect, I think, between what we would consider good. And I don't know what that is. I can't define good. I can't measure good. You can't tell me what a good man is. You can tell me what a responsible man is, right? You can measure that. There's a metric involved. So that made me think, and the discussion last night was basically kind of around how, well, it was really just around how different people interact, and a lot of it was concerning how disingenuous some people really are in life. So I'm going to tie this into a lot of the political things that are going on. Kat, don't be scared. It's okay. It's okay. As we look around what's going on in the country today, or in the world this week, or the country this week, I'm not going to say the world. It's very interesting how many really weak people that we have out there, and how many people that are posturing to be strong and probably aren't. I find it interesting, especially that, and I don't know if you guys are following this. I don't know. I have no idea. I may be the only person that's really following any of this. But there's have you been following the congressional hearings concerning the case against former President Trump?
No.
Of course you haven't. Why
Of
would
course
you?
not.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that? So the lady that's in charge of it, and I can't really pronounce her name. She is tough. I mean, she is tough, and she is really calling Bragg and his entire gaggle, for lack of a better word, of leftist on the carpet on this. And even the judge himself, I mean, she is really like going after all of it. Like there's no she's really not leaving any stone unturned. And that's exactly Stank D. Yeah, thank you. That's exactly what she is calling it. She is calling it lawfare. She is going after them hardcore, and she's doing it in such a way that I find fascinating. I might be the only one, out there. I don't think I'm the only one, but I might be one of the few people in the that's listening right now. It finds this so fascinating because this woman who's leading the charge on this she is really smart. It's really smart. I really think that her true goal is to get the entire decision reversed, get Bragg, the prosecutor, at the very least fired, possibly disbarred for conduct. And I think she's going after the judge. It is nuts. It is the most interesting thing. That it's way more interesting than watching the train wreck that is the impeachment hearing against Biden. Like, that's boring. That's just, it's literally like watching paint dry, kind of like watching the president move. But the trial, or the hearing, it's not a trial, it's a hearing that is going on right now over the lawfare, the prosecutorial misconduct, the potential the judge acted in bad faith. I mean, it is so bad. It is so bad. I can't believe you're not following this with like bated breath. There's so much drama there. It's everything that a young lady wants to watch, and even in advanced years. So yeah. that was mean. I had to do that though. You were getting off to yeah. Yeah, no, I'm going to tell you how I really feel about this. I think that I really think that the lady in charge of this investigation and hearings, she's out for absolute blood, and they can't attack her because she's a female, and there's nothing she's not like super hot or anything. They can't attack her because she's pretty. They can't attack her because she's new. She's been in Washington for freaking ever. They can't attack her on anything. And she's just wrecking them. And if you see the clips, it's crazy. If you guys haven't seen it, I highly recommend you go watch the clips of the congressional hearings concerning this case, because it's fascinating. It's really, really fascinating. I know that, Cat's bored to tears, but the rest of us shouldn't be. The rest of us should really be paying a lot of attention, because it's really cool stuff. And the reality is I do believe that they're going to, that they're going after all of these people, regardless of who gets elected. It doesn't matter, because there's not going to be I don't think there's any way that, a presidential pardon maybe, but even that it's terrible. Yeah, Arthur Dia. Yeah. Meanwhile, Biden is a well-meaning, elderly, demented man, so we don't bother charging him for having documents all up and down the East Coast. Now, that's another interesting thing as well. It's going to be very interesting. Right. Yeah. So the congressional hearings are largely irrelevant. I will agree with you. However, the finding that they have will go to the to a prosecutor, a special prosecutor, who's going to hopefully go after that. Thank you for the $5, Anson. I appreciate that. Yeah, I know, I understand. Most congressional hearings are really toothless. But man, it's fascinating to watch. She's really tearing them up, and she's right. The problem is that So there's a couple of things here that's really interesting. Number one, watch Kat's eyes glaze over here. Thank you again for the $5 super chat there, Anson. So there's a couple of things that's really super interesting here. Number one is that more than likely, like 100%, I think, maybe 110%, the no preening, Cat, no preening. You're not a little bird, no preening over there. There's regardless of all right, so let's just say that Trump does pull out the appeal, right? And I think that that's most likely. I think most people feel that that's likely. I think that that's probably exactly what's going to happen. Trump pulls out a victory on the appeal. Decision is reversed. Now, no judge wants to have that happen ever, right? Ever. And when you see this, when you see what goes forward from here, that appeal opens up the judge himself for misconduct and the prosecutor for misconduct. And those two things, it's going to be really hard for them to fight against, especially if they lose in a congressional hearing. All that information's out there. It's all public record. They can't hide it. It can't, there's not even it's not even a matter of discovery anymore. And this is what happens when, in the majority of cases where people go, well, you can't really get these guys because they hide behind these walls of legalese and you can't get anything in discovery and you can't, it's just it's impossible to make it work. But it's not, if the way that it's going right now, it's very difficult for them to do that. It's very difficult because these hearings are public and every moment of them is being televised. It's being clipped. It's being put all over YouTube. It's being put everywhere. So the average man on the street knows more about it than they normally would. That's pretty rare, honestly, modern times. He's probably, Trump's going to win on appeal. I mean, there's no reason. There was no reason to charge him to start with, but he's going to win on appeal. When he wins and they start going after the judge and the prosecutor, which they can at that point, it's going to get ugly. It's just going to get ugly. So, it's, I feel like that, I just feel like this is, now, obviously backroom deals can be made all day, every day. Right. But I just don't see where Bragg has the friends in high places right now that are going to save his bacon. Right. Like he's going to be an Oliver North. That's what's going to happen. Do you catch that reference, Cat? No, that's all right. Don't worry about it. It's cool. Us men pay the most attention, Cat. Cats do not. Cats curl up on the couch and shed and make a mess. Yes, Lee Stefanik. Yeah, that's her. I couldn't remember her first name, but yeah, she's a fighter without making about herself. I don't think she'll be Trump's VP pick, but I do think she's aiming for a cabinet position. Let's see. We all need bitchy kick-ass women to go after the live. You can channel that feminine energy too. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. The libs, I think she meant. She is a look, hey, agreed. She is a shill. I mean, she's motivated by her constituents and by the people who keep her in office. Nobody would ever, you'd be an idiot to deny that. However, she's also motivated in this case by, in my opinion, I think that she's motivated to see the right thing done. Yeah, the judge was definitely, I mean, see, that's the thing that's the one thing that I can't get over, because it's pretty much political suicide for a judge to do the things that he did in the way that he did them. It's such a clear track record. It's very difficult to reconcile what he thought, where he thought this was going to go. I don't know who he thinks he has protecting him and who's going to watch his back on this. It's going to be very interesting to watch. The judge's instruction to, and in most of these cases, you're not supposed to instruct the jury at all. Stefanik was the same one who made all those Ivy League presidents quit because they wouldn't say that calling for the genocide of Jews was not protected speech. Right. Yeah. She's a hard liner on very specific issues. I will grant Anson's point that she is a shill. I just think that in this case, she's the correct shill, if you will. So, yeah. And so I think that's very interesting. We have to talk about it because this is so far outside the bounds of reality that just it not too long ago, we would literally be, if you said that this would have happened 5 years ago, people would have laughed at you. So, they just would have. Anson Knowles, I'm really not disagreeing with that. Just saying that Trump doesn't seem like the type to pick someone who will take the spotlight off of him and make it about them for VP. Yeah, obviously, look who he picked for the VP first term, I honestly, dream world, I would like to see RFK drop out of the race and become Trump's running mate. That's what I would like to see. Men are to lead the house is why I said us men need to pay the most attention. Yeah, absolutely. That's true. That is true. That is very true. So, Kat, how was your debate again? I'm going to take a break from talking about politics for like 1 minute.
Yeah.
Tell me how your debate went. Tell me what happened. How bad did you get bodied?
It
You zig when you should have zagged? Did you just show up unprepared, thinking that this was a calm discussion?
Yeah, pretty much all the above. And I don't know how to debate, so it was more like a class. Like Damon was moderating and kind of teaching us how to debate. So there's a lot we have to know, but it was good to learn. Never had a class in it before. So that's pretty cool. And maybe at some point I'll be decent.
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
What? Maybe
your eyes glaze over when people start talking about any complex issue and you want to be good at debate.
I know. It's just probably very 2 or 3 topics that I can keep my focus on.
Do you understand that this is the relationship that the two things that you just said have? Do you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I get that. Yeah, that's true. What? It was fun.
So listen, I'm going to put you in touch with this this thing called reality.
No, thank you.
And reality is going to thump you upside the head and remind you that if you want to be good at debate, you have to actually pay attention to what's going on in the world. Actually, Kevin has you. Kevin's got your back, bro.
See, there's some things I know about.
You want to read that out loud for the entire world to hear?
No.
All 25 people watching right now?
Not really, but sure. So this is what I don't understand. People think that I'm very agreeable. But
nobody thinks that.
Yeah.
Nobody thinks that you're agreeable.
Yeah, they do. But I'm very disagreeable.
I know.
When you do one of those psychology assessments.
I already knew that.
How?
Because you're disagreeable.
Well, tell that to people.
It's obvious. I say, hey, Kat, what do you think about this? I don't know.
How is that disagreeable, though?
An agreeable person would at least make a comment.
Oh, okay, maybe.
Arthrodia, you meant potato. Picking a total potato, Mike Pence. Shockingly. Common from where he's at. Can we all take a moment to give thanks for the fathers that go the extra mile, like Gary? Yes, Plouchet, for Father's Day this Sunday. Do you know who that is?
Mm-mm.
Oh, do we have a clip? I think I might have a clip. Let me see if I can get a clip. Push the button twice. Stand by. We'll see if I can get a clip. And we'll see what we can do here to educate Kat. So Gary Plouchet is, I believe he's still, oh no, he passed in apparently 2014. Poor man. So his son was victimized by his I believe it was karate, maybe taekwondo instructor, and who actually kind of kidnapped his son, and it was a karate instructor, and like moved him out of state or something like that. I forget what it was. Or no, pardon me, like abused his son, then moved out of ran out of state. They went and found him. They got him, and as he's walking through the airport, the father is in the he takes care of business. That's what he does. Takes care of business, and he makes it happen, Captain. Let me see if this clip will load up. If it will, we're gonna have some fun. Gonna have some fun times tonight. Really enjoy this portion of the program because it's a very short clip. And you'll I have always appreciated this. It's a good time. See if this clip is going to load.
In March of 1984, when authorities escorted 25-year-old Jeffrey Doucette through the Baton Rouge airport to face charges of kidnapping and sexual assault on a 12-year-old boy. The victim's father suddenly appeared, shot Doucette while news cameras were rolling. The father, 39-year-old Leon Gary Plouchet, pleaded no contest to a reduced charge of manslaughter and today received a suspended sentence.
Heroes walk among us, Kat. Heroes walk among us. Let's see that again.
March of 1984, when authorities escorted 25-year-old Jeffrey Doucette through the Baton Rouge airport to face charges of kidnapping and sexual assault on a 12-year-old boy. The victim's father suddenly appeared.
Heroes, Kat. Heroes. Heroes walk among us.
Oh, did you see the it's on Twitter. It was like this terrible this crazy woman came up to a man with his wife, and each parent had one of their kids and was like walking on the streets, and this woman came up and she stabbed the little boy in the face, and the father just let the woman walk away.
What?
Yeah.
Huh.
That's the kind of fathers we're having now.
And that's it? That's the whole story?
Yeah.
Interesting. Arthur Dias says, somehow I feel Kat debating was more of a chat while not offending her opponent. No, cats can be very offensive. Pence was undermining Trump the whole time. Trump did a terrible job of draining the swamp. He doesn't have the constitution to cross the Rubicon. I feel like Trump was a little too trusting. I don't think he'll make the same mistake twice. We'll see. We'll find out in a few months. Cat rates so high on agreeableness, she isn't made fit for debating, I think is what that means. Let's see. Denial. You misspelled it wrong. Someone suspects that you're very smart. Little do they know. Not offensive. You can be very offensive. Kevin L., we all know that you're disagreeable at times, but we also know how hard it is to get you to express that. Contrast her to Josie. Yeah, who cares less? Yeah. Roll that clip. If only I could get the bot to do all the clipping, that would be great. Giving you better aim than a lot of costs. I mean, it was just like, boom, put the gun down. I'm done. Come get me. I'm right here. Yep. That father channeled his raw anger and aggression to defend his son. Absolutely. He absolutely did. I've always suspected the police tipped him off and escorted the suspect near the phone bank on purpose because of how close they were in the very wide hallway. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah. Huh? That's not. I think you're thinking of something else. Yeah, the reporters actually did tell him that he was landing and all that. He's a loser, Dad. Help me out with that one. He did. Now I will say it happened on his watch. He was not paying attention to his son as much as he should have, and all of those things. So the incident you brought up. I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, he didn't do a good job of draining the swamp. I think he didn't know what he was in for. I think he overestimated the power of a handshake deal. I could be wrong, but I think he overestimated it. I'm probably wrong, actually. All right, guys. Well, that was enough of that was a nice little coffee break, although I didn't have any coffee. So what's our next subject, Kat? Come on. Come on, debater. Come along.
We were debating ridiculous topics just to practice. Like, should women be allowed to speak outside the home? And like other silly things. Me think of something though.
I agree. However, I understand that father's desire to do so. I agree with that. Wrath is bad. I agree with you, Anson. I agree with you. So yeah. Well, it's Cam the King in the house tonight. Cam, let me throw what's my I forget what my email address is. Arthur Daya, you have my email address to contact me. It's also in the Cam the King. It's also in the description, which I can't see because I'm on the streaming software. So send me an email and we'll communicate, good sir. Since you do not do Discord and such things. So who do we think who do we think of for Trump's running mate? Vivek?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I
What do you-
mean, I don't know. Vivek is he speaks well, but I don't think a lot of people like him.
You don't think people like him?
Mm-mm.
Well, we know it won't be DeSantis.
No, definitely no.
Wait, what?
What?
He has lied about so many things, bro. He said he was top of his class. He graduated like second from the bottom. Like that dude has lied so much. It would be cool, but it's unlikely, bro. It's just that's first of all, Rand Paul, man. I don't know. I do not think the death penalty is ethical under our current legal system. Please expand, sir. Please expand. Like that one. I'm going to pop that off the screen. What about MTG? Taylor Green? Seriously?
Why are you talking to me about politics? I will never watch it. What?
All right, I got to get a dude up here.
Yeah. Get a dude. Bring
I
dude.
gotta get a dude up here so that Cat can be a screensaver again. Oh my gosh! All right, mods, find me somebody to argue politics with that actually pays attention to the damn news. Maybe Anson, do you want to pop on, bro? That sounds very, very bad. Very bad.
You know, Jake likes talking about politics
It's
and
the
stuff.
The dude. We must have the dude. Cat, how can you debate if you don't pay attention to anything?
Well, I mean, I know about health. You want to debate health? I could debate health. I know everything that's in the food and the water. I don't pay attention to politics. There's only so much room.
Water is in water.
If only that were true.
She knows about Alex Jones. That's because she's a conspiracy theorist. You really should graduate from conspiracy theorist to conspiracy person. Give me the somebody throw Anson a link, man. I want to get Anson. I gotta have somebody to talk politics with. This is I want to argue. I'm ready to go. I think RFK. So, just so you know, Kat. Just so you know. Do you know who RFK is?
Yes, we shot him. Oh no, the other one. He hasn't been shot yet. Hold on.
I weep for our youth. Wait, you're not the youth. Sorry. Golly.
They're gonna try. I mean, they already tried a few times.
Oh my goodness. My brainium. Yeah, all right. Goodness. All right, so RFK is currently considered a moderate. He is technically a Democrat.
But he can debate with me on the water. He knows what's in the water.
Yeah, probably so. And RFK's like pretty based for a lib, which I don't know that we can call him a lib. He's more of a moderate centrist, maybe. And that's why I felt like, I feel like him and Trumpster actually, get along really well. And the I feel like that RFK and an RFK and Trump ticket would be amazing because first of all, technically RFK is a Democrat. Now I believe he is currently running third party. Is he not the third party? Somebody remind me if he's third party candidate. I believe he is. And so, but he had to do that because obviously he can't get into he can't get onto any other ticket. There's Anson. But he had to do that because obviously. Welcome, sir. Get into the Anson.
Hey, how y'all doing?
We're good,
Can you hear me?
man. We're good. We're good. We were. I was just. I don't know if you were listening, but I was just hypothesizing that a Trump RFK ticket would be, I think, unbeatable. Hands across the aisle and whatnot. The only problem is that a lot of Democrats truly hate RFK with like such a passion.
Yeah, he's pulling people from both the left and the right. He's kind of interesting because of his history with the unpleasantness of 2020.
Yes,
and I'm a big fan of RFK, believe it or not, except for his socialism. I can't stand that, but he's got some good policies. But
yeah. I mean, I think most of his, he's not like he's not a super ban the guns guy. He's not a super. He's actually more of a constitutionalist than I originally gave him credit for, except when you get into the social programs, and he's a little bit too far left for me, and obviously you as well. So
yeah, but
agree with that.
He'd be, in terms of intelligent decisions, he'd be a good pick for VP because he would pull in. He still has a big pull on the left, and
Yeah.
But he's already picked a running mate, and his running mate's real good. She's an effective spokesman, and she speaks a good libertarian message, and not just a good libertarian message, but a message in any forum that she's in. She can speak to the crowd.
So here's a hypothesis that I've been nursing along, and that is that RFK will campaign right up until that it looks like there's no possible way he's going to be able to win, and then he will have because him and Trump are friends, and I think they like each other, and I think that he will. I consider it a very likely that RFK would basically abandon his campaign, come on as Trump's running mate, and bring his supporters over to Trump. And I've kind of nursed that along for a while. I don't really have any hard evidence other than that. At the very beginning of campaign season, RFK and Trump were meeting all the time. They were just constantly seen together. They were constantly in contact. And so that's kind of what I thought.
Yeah, it's an interesting theory, but there's horse trading that goes on with the VP pick, and I think that a lot of it has to do with the people who are in the establishment, because Trump's an anti-establishment populist guy, and he rubs the establishment in both parties the wrong way. And so in order to get them on board for his presidential race, he's probably going to have to give them the choice of his VP pick. That's what my gut is telling me, is that it's not going to be um it's not going to be up to him.
Right, right. Well, yeah, I think that's, again, I'm coming at this from a point of I honestly believe and have believed for some time that RFK and Trump. I honestly thought RFK and Trump were going to be on the same ticket from the start. I didn't, and I say that because again, they were just meeting so much, and it made sense, right? I mean, he couldn't, obviously, him and Pence burned all the bridges between the two of them, so there's no bringing that back together. Besides, nobody would vote for that ticket, or very few would vote for that ticket. All of the rest of the potential running mates, I find for Trump, I find very odd. I gave some credence to Vivek initially, but I don't think Trump likes him that much, and I don't think that Trump trusts him enough. And though you need both of those things if for Trump to work with you,
Well,
right?
Vivek has a lot of power behind him, because he's a part
Sure.
of the Peter Thiel structure, the Peter Thiel Silicon Valley base, and
Mhm.
that orbit with Elon Musk and JD Vance and a few of the other people who have gotten into politics the past few years are a part of that same power structure. And Vivek would be able to bring some of those people along with it. Vivek's a former libertarian. He was a libertarian. He voted for the Libertarian presidential candidate back in 2004. I really like him a whole lot. He's probably one of the most articulate presidential candidates, in the GOP that I've heard in a long time. Probably the best one since Rand Paul.
Well, he specifically patterned himself after Obama. I mean, he admitted that he watched the speeches and patterned his speech timing and all of that and delivery after the way Obama did, because it was so effective. So, and it was interesting when he was in the debate in the debates in the start of the primary, how many people were commenting on that, and then of course nobody cares now because he didn't make it. But yeah, it's interesting. I feel like that it makes a lot of sense to have RFK as your running mate if you're Trump. I can't find MTG kind of makes sense. She's a wild card. She's she
She
is very hostile, and I think that might that it just brings this element to Trump's campaign where that might bring something. And she's one of the few nationally known players I think that he could pull. I mean, you have to understand, I'm sure you do, that if we're talking about a VP candidate, you have to have somebody that's nationally known, right? That has it's the same thing that I'm gonna throw this at you. Actually. I'm gonna I think Arthur Dye, I think that's exactly why she is a choice that Trump would make, is because she is nuts. And she makes him look calm. And I think that's a political strategy in today's society. So I think that's exactly why he would pick her. But here's the thing. Let me throw this at you. Just curveball away from Trump for a minute. Let's say that. So I honestly don't think anybody anywhere wants Biden for another term. My long-standing theory has been, my observation is that they're going to continue to push Biden along, prop him up right up until probably end of August. And then he's going to have something happen. He's going to be declared incompetent, unable, unfit, whatever they need it to be. And they're going to sub in with no caucus, with no primary, with no nothing. They're going to sub in Gavin Newsom.
I don't know. That's a good theory. I've been thinking about something similar. And the media that I follow has been talking about how, Biden obviously isn't competent, which everybody knows, but the theory that I would subscribe to is that um, immediately after the Republican convention, when the Republicans have chosen Trump, Biden's going to withdraw, leaving at the Democrat convention an opportunity to nominate someone from the floor, and that would open it up to their delegates, and it would be a more streamlined process for them to do it. Because I think that they want to saddle the GOP with Trump and then replace their candidate with somebody who's more palatable and doesn't offend the tone policing narrative that we've been talking about earlier. So I really think that's the route, but it's similar to what you're talking about. So
Well, I don't think that anyone in the Republican side could replace Trump without losing a ton of support. Like it would just destroy everything. But I know that the only thing that could generate any revival is a replacement of Joe Biden. But it can't be too far in advance, because if they put Newsom in now, it gives the machine time to throw all of his skeletons in the closet out there, and to, it gives too much lead time for the machine to tear him apart, and he has too much um, hiding back there for him to, if given enough time, it would get out there, and they would lose metric. But if they sub him in at the last minute with 8 weeks or less left, with no primary, no caucus, no nothing, and Newsom's the only one that Newsom is the only one that makes sense. He's the only one with that's nationally recognized. I thought originally it was going to be one of the Cuomos, but they both went to jail this year, prison, whichever. I thought it was going to be a Cuomo. I swear to, I thought, yeah, this is the year we get a Cuomo as president, because there's nothing that makes sense. There's no way that they're going to let Biden go into office now, because I think that that they'll lose too many votes. Stochastic delay. There's no way they'll let Kamala Harris on a ticket again. That's why she hasn't been named as the VP running mate. That's why she's not going to be named as a VP running mate. All of those skeletons, all of the things that the fact she's been a nothing burger as VP, all that's going to be terrible if they try and put her back on the ticket. She can't be on the ticket. It'll be, my guess is in the next few weeks, you're going to hear them announce Cuomo as the VP running mate, or not Cuomo, because he's in jail, but Newsom as the VP running mate. And then, like I said, poor old Joe's going to have a debilitating issue that prevents him from being able to run or to be president. And instead of trashing the whole election, they're going to sub him in last minute. That's the only thing that makes any sense.
now Steve Forbes came out in this past week and said the same exact thing that you're saying, that they were going to
Did he
replace.
really?
Yeah, he said that his contacts, and Steve Forbes has a considerable number of contacts.
I said this in April.
Yeah,
I
well,
actually said it earlier than that.
yeah. I'm surprised they hadn't done it already, because he's obviously incompetent.
They can't do it because he has so many skeletons in his closet. I mean, he's got so many boondoggles, so much misappropriated funds, so many things in California that hang over his head. Literally, it's literally not a lie in California that the only reason Newsom is elected is because women are allowed to vote, because he's an attractive man. That's it. That's the only reason. That's not a lie. That is the reason that he's elected. But they know that he cannot withstand scrutiny. He can't. And so if they put him in too early, it's going to be bad, because the press machine will just wind up, and and it won't just be Trump. RFK will tear Gavin Newsom apart.
Yeah, and you know, how do I put it? RFK is too much of a bombast like Trump,
Yeah.
and
Yeah. He'll come at him.
yeah, and traditionally, you know, if Trump's listening to the consultants, which he probably has consultants he's listening to, they're probably going to tell him to pick a VP that's someone that isn't like him, someone who's more like water. So you gave the Marjorie Taylor Greene
Yeah. The firecracker.
example. Yeah, yeah. So you said throw more fire on it, and it'll make Trump look like a smolder. But you need somebody with some water, is what the consultants are going to say.
But
Somebody
I
that's
don't
a
know
wet
that
blanket.
I don't know that Trump's base, the massive amount of people that support him, I don't know that they would accept that. I don't think they want another Pence. I think, and I could be 100% wrong on this, but I really don't feel like that if he pulls out another Pence, he'll lose.
Well, I
It
don't know.
can't be another Pence. It
Well, what do you
cannot be another Pence.
what do you
It's
think
got to
about
be a Vivek.
Byron Donalds?
Is he? I say I don't know the name, so it's gonna. And the other thing is, I think it has to be somebody that it has instant name recognition. That's why I thought RFK made perfect sense
Yeah.
because he has instant name recognition. MTG, instant name
Well,
recognition.
Byron Donalds is a young congressman, and he checks the DEI boxes, and he's a big Trump
Okay,
supporter. And so, for some of the demographic reasons that Trump's been appealing to, and he speaks to the black demographic really well, and he uses Thomas Sowell type um, arguments, and so
okay,
I think he'd be really effective. I don't like him. I think he's a phony like most politicians, but that's all you're going to get. So
yeah. Let me ask you a question. Honest opinion. Um, do you think Trump is a phony, or do you think that he's naive?
I think Trump is the least phony politician of my lifetime, to be honest with you. He's pathologically honest when he doesn't need to be.
Right, right, right. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And
That's a great way to put that too. He is pathologically honest when he should just shut his mouth
yeah,
or lie. He should
yeah,
lie, and he
yeah,
doesn't. Right? Like nobody would care if he lied.
yeah. I remember when they were talking about keeping troops in Syria, and Trump came out and said we're going to keep the troops in Syria so we can maintain the control over the oil. Like he just flat out said exactly what they were doing and the reason why, instead of saying there's some humanitarian need or concocting some sort of reason. He said no, we're there for the oil.
Yeah.
And that you can't have that kind of honesty from any other politician. It just wouldn't work.
That's a solid point. And I agree with that point. I think that that's one of the reasons why he resonates so hard across so many aisles. Hardcore conservatives, a lot of libertarians, a lot of even Democrats. He resonates pretty hardcore because I think he's being honest. I think he should lie more, because other politicians and that's what somebody was saying something about Trump not draining the swamp, and yeah, he didn't because he thought handshake deals meant something,
Yeah.
and I think that and that's actually one of the reasons why I'm willing to give Trump a second chance is I think he's learned his lesson there the hard way. And I think he can go back in and start that process. And I think that the one piece of credit that I'm going to give Trump that I would not give any other politician, period, is I believe that whoever Trump backs for the next president, I think that Trump's going to try and aim the party at somebody to continue his work. right? Like he will not be like other presidents and just kind of walk away. I think Trump is going to target someone to finish what he starts and continue to whatever path he decides to take, which hopefully will be what he says, which is to drain the swamp and to right the ship, so to speak.
Yeah,
So
I think it's Barron Trump is going to be the next Trump that's in the White House. To be honest with you,
you think
because he's
so?
oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. If you've been following any of the stuff that in terms of temperament and looks, he's got the height, he's got the looks, and I think he's going to be the most intelligent of his kids. And I really think that he grew up in the White House. He's got the experience in terms of that. I really think that in 30 years, Barron Trump will be the one running for president. But in terms of the next election cycle, I really don't think they're going to let Trump in no matter what. So, I mean, it's
Well,
kind of
they're
an academic
definitely pulling out
conversation.
all the stops, right, to keep him out. They are
Yeah.
really to the point that they're getting, state judges to commit crimes, right? Like that's bold, man. That's bold.
Yep. Yeah, you don't go banana republic unless you're willing to go all the way. And if you
Yeah.
if you take a shot like that, you have to commit to it, or else everybody's going to know the system is fake.
Yeah. Well, I think everybody's already kind of wising up. Clover Tack here says he thinks it's going to be Ivanka, and she'll be our first female president. No way Barron is more intelligent than Ivanka. Well, Barron
Clover
at least
Tack
knows
is
to spell
simping.
his name with 2 R's. Yeah. So 2 R's. Those R's. Yeah, I think that's I mean, I agree with Cam. I agree with everybody. I think that, they're just really doing everything possible to keep him out of the race. You know what's stupid? And, I saw this with Piers Morgan the other night. I commented on it the other night. And I'm going to continue to comment on this because it's really interesting that Trump was out of the race. Vivek probably would have been the nominee. And then Bragg started charging him. And then they started charging him in Georgia. And every time a new case would come out against him, Trump's numbers would soar to the point that nobody else had a chance in the primary. Right? Like he was on his last legs. He was on his knees. He was out.
Well,
And
yeah,
Bragg
Americans are
proved-
trained to root for the underdog and identify with the victim. And
Yeah.
they had the DNC had to have polling, knowing that if they charged Trump with stuff, that he would become more popular. I mean, that had to have been known. I don't know. I think it's all intentional.
Huh. I don't think Ivanka, though. I got to disagree with you, Clover Tack. I don't think she stepped back from politics. She just wants to run her business. She's a hard-nosed business person. Yeah. 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 LBJ was evil. Was he Texan? I thought he was from Tennessee. Johnson was from Tennessee, was he not? Pretty sure.
Oh, Johnson was from Texas. He stole the Senate seat in Texas. That's how he got into politics. Oh yeah,
Okay.
he stole that, and it's well documented. He stole the Senate seat.
Good. I'm glad he's from Texas. So like, keep that stain off of us. Us good folk here in Tennessee. So Anson, what do you think about the statement made by Soros that he no longer cares about trying to influence the presidential election and only really cares about influencing local and state district attorney and prosecutor elections because they control who gets sent to they basically control which laws get enforced. What do you think about that as a libertarian?
Well,
By the way,
as a li-
by,
oh,
by
go
the
ahead.
way, before I continue, what version of libertarian are you? Just so I know.
I'm a paleo libertarian.
Paleo liberty. Okay, that now you gotta help me out with that one, brother.
Um, I if Pat Buchanan was running for president, I'd vote for him.
Cat dropped out. She's going to bed. Too much political talk. That's okay. We'll continue. We'll keep going. I'm sorry. You were saying I interrupted you.
I said I support limited government, but with a more conservative ethical framework. So it's basically like Ron Paul when he was in the Republican Party, Rand Paul, Thomas
Mhm.
Massey, Pat Buchanan,
Okay.
and old right conservatives like Howard Taft from back in the
Mhm.
1940s, 1950s, that era.
Yeah.
I think the
Mhm.
last good president was Calvin Coolidge.
Okay.
That's if that kind of gives you an idea, a framework of where my mindset is.
Okay.
I don't think um, the Republicans have a problem in that there's only been two parties for such a long time, and the system is set up to prevent third parties from being able to come in and challenge the system. That
Sure.
the Republican Party just sort of triangulates their position um, to appease what the center is instead of being an opposition party. And the
It certainly
paper,
seems that way, right?
yeah,
Seems
yeah.
that way.
Yeah, it's a defect in the political system. The Republican Party and Democrat Party have set up laws to prevent third parties from being able to compete at the same level as them. A lot of the ballot access laws and a lot of the campaign finance laws, um, you know, increase the regulatory burden and act as a barrier to entry for these new ideas and new parties. Traditionally, the system was set up to allow these new ideas to come in and flourish a little bit and then be co-opted. But it's not really working like that anymore, and so we don't have as many new ideas coming into the system. That even the Republican Party was a third party at one point in time,
Mhm.
um, and it was actually started. The Republican Party was started by a third party movement called the Liberty Party back in the 1830s, I think.
Was that
And
because the Whig party?
the
Was
Whig Party fell apart,
yeah.
but that was much later. The uh, um, the Republican Party was started as a third party called the Liberty Party. The Liberty Party dissolved, turned into the Free Soil Party and a couple other parties, and eventually the final iteration that was actually successful was the Republican Party. And they were founded on ethics related to ending slavery, and that's how that got started. And that was a new idea that wasn't palatable to either one of the other major parties that had to be resolved, and that's going to happen again. Um, Now, whether it be the Libertarian Party or some other future iteration, it doesn't really matter. What matters is that you base it on some sort of new idea that addresses a need. You know.
So you probably heard me say that I consider myself a constitutional conservative, and therefore, for the most part, I align with the Republican principles, um, even though I don't necessarily agree with all of their doctrine, right? Which I don't believe that I'll ever agree with all of anyone's doctrine because doctrine is weird. But Stochastic Decay asks, do you normally vote third party?
I've never voted for Trump,
No.
and I haven't voted for a Democrat since 2006, I think. Um, I usually vote Republican when I'm forced to vote for one of the lesser of two evils. And Yeah, I mean, I voted for um, Gary Johnson in 2016, and I can't even remember the lady's name that ran in 2020. I don't
Mm.
know why it slipped in my mind, but yeah, and I'm not going to vote for the Libertarian this time because he's a degenerate. Um, I can't bring myself to do it. So I don't know what I'm going to do.
I actually felt that way about Gary Johnson. I was actually really surprised that anybody voted for him.
Yeah.
So yeah. Which was interesting because I'm not a third, I had a lot of friends of mine who were third party adjacent, and they were all like, well, third party, blah, blah, and I was like, I just couldn't get on board with Gary Johnson. I can't remember the girl's name either, but she had a good platform. Somebody will remember. They'll post it up in a minute.
Yeah, and the problem that the libertarians have is that they accommodate both the left and the right, and
Yeah.
so their presidential candidates reflect that. And you can't have a political system without an ethical structure, because you'll get all kinds
Somebody
of crazy
time
people.
out Clover Tack is throwing up Vermin Supreme. Give him 30 seconds. Don't do that. Yeah, Vermin Supreme.
Yeah, he's a performance artist.
Yes, thank you, Joe Jorgensen.
Yeah,
He's gonna be mad at me now, but Vermin Supreme. He is a performance artist, and I believe that he actually makes quite a bit of money doing it. So, yeah. So what? That's interesting. That's because normally when I encounter some form of libertarian, they can't even define which version they are.
yeah. Well, like most voters and most people, they can't name who their state representative is, or their state senator is, or even
Marsha
what
Black.
their yeah, yeah. And that's your U.S. senator. But do you know who your
Yeah.
state senator is?
Yeah. I cannot. I can literally picture his name. Just got an email from him from the other day. It is. Oh, you got me. And it's right there. I can't.
Yeah. See, this is the problem with politics, right?
Right there, and I
Yep.
can't remember his name. I always remember Marsha Blackburn and the other guy. Now, I'm gonna have to look through. I can't look through my email right now, but
Yeah, but if you knock on enough doors doing political stuff, you'll find that people, you ask them questions, they have no idea, and that's
Yeah.
that's the problem is ignorance, and it's
yeah, that's true.
the
I'll give you that.
and if you look at the political science side of it and who people actually vote for, it's actually statistically significant that you be listed first on the list of names on a ballot, because the first person gets more check marks than the other people, because people just go to the ballot box and check the first name on the list to get it over with, like they're trying to get through an exam fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's disgusting.
No, you're right. I think that, I mean, I don't do it that way. Actually, I have a very interesting dynamic especially when I vote, because I tend not to pay that much attention to our local primaries because they're kind of weird. And I don't think it matters. But so like I voted for Blackburn, and I mean, I cannot remember that dude's name. I mean, it's like right there. I cannot get there. And but I voted for them because I actually went and did the research and looked at their platforms and read what they had done and all of that. And I do that for every election, from county school board, county clerk, all of right now. I'm really working hard. I'm really locally. I talk a lot about replacing our city council. Our city council is made up of a bunch of real estate developers and investors and construction guys that own construction companies, and therefore there's a lot of odd things that happen with zoning and land getting bought by the city and then resold a few years later, that I think is very odd. And I think that our local, city council is bent. I think it's bent. And there's a couple of guys that agree with, there's actually a bunch of guys that agree with us. And they, we're there's a bunch of people who are actively trying to reform the city council because of that, right? And it's just that's just a microcosm of our entire country right now.
Yeah, I mean it's a grift. Andrew Wilson don't know grifting. These people know grifted, and I mean
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's a lightweight.
that's yeah. He's a lightweight. Yeah, no, and local politics is where I'm most active. I've run for local school board here in Huntsville. That was 10 years
Oh, you're in
ago.
Huntsville?
Yeah,
I get down there quite often, actually.
no
My
kidding.
son will be
Yeah.
down there. He's going to space camp. They've got an aeronautical or aviation version of that camp that they do there. It's not the actual space camp, but he's going down there, I think, in like 2 weeks. 3
Yeah,
weeks.
my boy did that last year. That's a decent program.
Yeah.
Lot of blue haired septum pierced women there.
Yes. 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 My son will not be thrilled about that, but that's okay. He's very polite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He needs to manage his tone. Have you been teaching him how to manage his tone?
He's very polite.
Yeah.
I don't know about his tone, but he's very polite.
Yeah.
He's matter of fact, literally everywhere he's ever gone, people have always come to me and told me that they were really surprised at how polite and well spoken he was.
Yeah.
So, but he's been taught that since he was very young. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. All of that.
Yeah.
So, and he knows how to play the game because as a young man with a dad that's a competitive shooter, and I did race car stuff. I did all of the things that people don't like. And so he couldn't talk about anything at school. Right. So he's very familiar with go along to get along. So
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's
stupid, but
yeah, that's tough because you can't speak your mind, especially if he's going to go to a college. You can't come right out and say what you're thinking if you're going to a college. Spamming caps.
yeah. Dang it, stochastic. That bot is putting in the work. Skynet. All right. So I haven't been keeping up with this. I've been having a good conversation here. Sam thinks corruption on the local level has been happening for a long time. Yeah, since day one. Since we found out that we could that somebody would trade us meat for rocks, that's when corruption started. Yeah.
Yeah, if you look at the founding of this nation, the same corruption was in the founding too. Even George Washington was involved in it. He had D.C. placed right beside his own personal property, so it would increase in value. Yeah, that's the nature of a spoil system. So
Yeah. 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 It's interesting. So you're your views on libertarianism are not too far from my constitutional conservative views.
yeah, and there's a bunch of us that are the same way. We're not all hedonists. Yeah.
Yeah. That's actually what I find is most libertarians are actually hedonists. If they were
Yeah.
if they're really honest with themselves, what they really want to do is they want to smoke pot, have as much sex as possible with no with the .gov paying for their birth control, and they want their guns and they want to be left alone. And that's how I used to sum up the libertarian movement.
Well, yeah, and that's because they misunderstand the philosophical basis for libertarianism. It's not about simple pleasure, but it's about having the ability to act like a fool, because if you don't have the ability to act like a fool, then you're not actually free because you're not making the choice. It's about the difference between having the government sanction you versus you sanctioning yourself. And if the government were smaller, and I remember Dave Smith made this argument the other night, if the government were smaller, then institutions like the church would be able to reassert their rightful role in society and provide the moral guidance and the services that they once provided. But government has usurped that role and now does it much worse than the church ever did.
So it's an interesting point that you make on that, because every single state in all 13 of the states that founded this country, they all had a state church. Every single one of them. They didn't have a national church because they were states. They were laid out as states, right? So it's an interesting thing to say that because I hear this a lot, the country wasn't founded on a Christian faith. Well, that's not accurate. Again, every single state, all the founding states had a state church recognized as this is our church. And the separation of church and state comes from a series of letters that were written back and forth, I believe, between Jefferson and Hawthorne, maybe. I forget who it was, because I only remember, honestly, Jefferson. Who cares? But yeah, and those letters were where Jefferson talks about a separation between church and state in some specific context, and that has been assigned to this idea that there is a obligation of separation of church and state, which was never the case. I think it's very interesting.
No, I actually agree with that. If you look at it from a historical perspective, because so monarchies, prior to the liberalism that we have today, monarchs were, basically acting as a vessel of God, acting with the authority of God, to rule over their nation, but they weren't necessarily theocratic. There was a separation because it wasn't the job of the monarch to act like the church. Now in England, that's a little different. England had a different setup. But if you look at Russia or Germany or some of those other nations, the church had a role, and it was separate from the state's role. And so the separation of church and state isn't necessarily a bad thing. We don't have separation of church and state today. That's not what we have. It's not even close. What we have is a secular religion that has infiltrated the government and is within the state. We just don't recognize it because it's not what we traditionally view as a religion.
I think that's a lot of conspiracy theory rolled up in a weird burrito. Every single state had a church, a Christian church, much like the Church of England. As a matter of fact, they were emulating the Church of England and the Church of France, and because that's what they knew, and that's what they believed in, and that was part of their everyday life. So I don't believe this is accurate. Accuracy matters. Accuracy really matters when we start talking about these things, because when we start getting into conspiracy theories and guesstimations and things that we can't prove out, or we just start reading between the lines, why would we read between the lines? Read what they wrote, because that's probably what they meant, unless they give you some mysterious key somewhere that says this is what I actually meant. Which hasn't happened. And I feel like that there's a lot of different things that we talk about at the start of the country, that not everyone was Christian. I don't know that that's true. I think that by and large, everyone that came here because they were Christian. Now they may not have all been Church of England. They could have been um, whatever else. I don't even know what they had at that point in time. It was Church of England and the Church of Rome, right? That was the two.
Well, Orthodox was real popular in the East. The Russians, they had the Orthodox monarchy all the way up through to World War One.
Okay.
There were lots of monarchies that had that system where the church had their own role and the state had their own role.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. I think that there's a. Forgot to mute my phone again. I always do that. I don't know why I always do that. But I do find it very interesting when we start talking about all of this, all of these subjects, especially religion. I think that the things that people want to believe about government and religion have nothing to do with the actual facts of government and religion. So I think that's very interesting. Maybe I'm just weird that way.
No, it's extremely important. Like I said, we have a secular religion now. The religion since atheism has become so much more popular, and most of our leaders are secularists. They worship science and technology, and that's kind of what's replaced what was the Christian God in our culture.
I think. Let me ask you this, Anson. You seem like a learned man. Why do you think it is that we insist upon examining the past through a modern lens rather than attempting to understand what it was at that time to be in that moment? Which is so when I read a book from, say, or written either in or about an ancient time, I try and open my mind to what it was like at that time. I don't examine it through a modern lens, right? If I go to a museum, I don't look at the articles there thinking, what do they, I don't look at them through my modern lens. I try and look at them as if I was in that period of time and how I would have used that and what it must have been like and that sort of thing. But it seems like that a lot of people, this is just my observation. That's why I want your opinion, because again, you seem like a learned fellow. Probably been to a museum or two. Why is it that you think that so many these days insist upon looking at everything through a modern lens? We can no longer look at, for example, the obelisk in Washington as a monument with a capstone and all of that was, and there's a whole story behind why that is the way it is. We now have to attribute it to the Illuminati, and we have to
Yeah.
attribute it to some ancient plot. Why is it that you feel like that we insist, modern folk, especially, it seems like, say, Gen Y, for example.
Yeah, millennials are bad. I'm a millennial technically.
Yeah.
Um,
Why is it that they have to look at this through a modern lens? Why is that?
so
I just want to pick your brain on that.
you read 1984, right?
I did.
So if
Scared the crap out of
if
them.
if you control the past, you control the present.
Sure.
And the education system has been co-opted. When you learn history, you don't learn about the nuance that you're talking about. You just go through and check off a bunch of boxes for the bureaucratic needs that are present in the public school system. And it's not about teaching you the appreciation of the history. It's about getting you through so that the bureaucrat can get paid and they don't really care about anything. Um, You know, it's more about you're a more compliant citizen if you don't appreciate the nuance that you're talking about. Most people aren't going to go out and, you know, get a library of books on their own and read them. They're going to scroll through their TikTok or whatever. So I mean, that's basically what it is. You're a more compliant subject once you've gone through the public school system.
Absolutely. And we've talked many times about how and why that is. And I think it's very important to repeat that often so that people understand it. I don't think enough people truly understand how evil our school system is. It's an interesting point. Why is it that you think that people do that specifically the teaching staff, if you will, no longer encourage people or teach people to look at things in a way that they're represented, right? Like I remember going to, I think it was Land Between the Lakes. It could have been another frontier style village. I was on the border of Tennessee and Kentucky, and they had the whole gamut of old buildings there, right? They had they had the old barn, they had the old slave houses, they had the old, all of it, right? It was all there, and you could walk through it and see what these people lived like, and the teachers all told you going in, you studied what life was like at that time. There was no running water for anybody. It didn't matter that there wasn't a toilet in this building because nobody had that, right? Like it was, this is what life was like. And now it seems like, this is just my opinion. You can, I encourage you to state your own as well. It occurs to me that it's much easier to look at everything through a modern lens and think that, well, these people over here didn't even have running water, but I'm sure these people did because they were the landed gentry, even though it's the same time period. It maybe the rooms are bigger, right? But that's it, you know. Um, so it's an interesting dynamic to me. It's always bugged me a little bit, to be honest with you, that modern teaching is so horrible that they cannot describe what life was really like when these events happened, when the Declaration of Independence was signed, the French and Indian War, the Revolutionary War, all of it, War of 1812, Civil War, all of it. They really cannot explain these periods of time. And I remember doing a report on the Civil War talking about a battle in my hometown was one of the bloodiest battles of the war, and how people's arms were shot off, and all of these, how horrible life was, and why people died of gangrene and all of this thing, and because that's what life was really like. So interested to hear your opinion.
Yeah. So, um, what you're talking about requires a higher level of desire to understand than what most people are equipped with. I don't know if you spend any time with normal people. Y- Yeah. Normal people aren't capable of being able to use their imagination the way that you're talking about and actually be able to do that. I don't know. Maybe it's a skepticism, or for whatever reason. You know, when you actually read the textbooks that existed. I've got a textbook my grandmother gave me from the Civil War era, and it contains, the content of it is much more complicated than what would be expected of, a kid in high school today to be able to read. It was a history book, and it there's been a definite reduction in the capacity of people to understand. And it might be the amount of information that we're given, to be honest with you. We're overloaded constantly with information. I'm going to reference, Orwell again. Orwell was a propagandist by profession, and he talked about
Yeah.
that, extensively outside of his writings, also outside of his novels. And he he understood that if you overload people with too much data, and basically tell them how to think instead of what to think, or tell them what to think instead of how to think, you're gonna, engineer the perfect set. You have a lot of faith, and I've noticed that you still have faith in this system.
I do.
You, yeah, you still think that it has some sort of moral grounding, and
I don't know if
I
it's
honestly,
moral grounding. I think that I believe that there's still people out there that want the right thing to happen, and moral or not. I used to have this plaque on my wall that said, "Never appeal to a man's better nature. He may not have one. It's
yeah.
easier to appeal to his self-interest."
Yeah, I don't know. I've just walked around Walmart too much to know the other people that are. No, I'm serious. I've walked around
I
Walmart
know
too
you're
much.
serious.
I,
I have
I,
too.
I know the other people who are canceling out my vote.
Yeah.
On local races, I don't vote Libertarian because there aren't any. And the local races are what matter. And these people who don't like what you're talking about don't have that understanding of history, because that's true, and they can't because they're not capable. And that's what it is. I mean, it's people are almost drooling on each other because I don't know what's wrong with them. Maybe it's the food. Maybe the food is dumbing us down. I don't know what it is. It's like,
Well, Kat would tell
late
us.
late stage Empire Rome, where everybody was drinking lead water. Something like that's going on.
I have an interesting point of view. You want to hear it?
You're not going to tell me about fluoride, are you?
No. I believe 100% that we can only hold so much information at a time in our brain, right? Like, we don't know what that capacity is, but there's definitely a limit, right? And so if you are filling the cup, if you want to use that expression, if you're filling the cup full of nonsense and TikTok videos and cat videos and how to code for people who are never going to code anything, and how to operate all of this computer and electronic things that are supposed to make our life easier, at some point, there's no time left in the day, and there's no mental capacity left in a day for you to then open a book and read Lord Byron.
Right.
There's no desire for you to open up a textbook, a real textbook, and read about any Civil War battle. So what happens is only enthusiasts read these things. I'm going to add in that I think that there's a directed, pointed assault on intelligence, because informed, intelligent voters are a very scary thing. So if you actually understood what happened in the Civil War and how terrible it was, you would never allow things to get that bad. You would always vote for the people who were against that, against letting that happen, who spoke against it, and you would vote in such a way that you would assume, you would never allow this division, right? But because the only thing that's discussed about Civil War is the least important aspect of it. Most people can't name a battle of the Civil War. The only general they can name from the Civil War is probably Robert E. Lee.
Yeah.
Who was a great man, but still, there were lots of great men in the Civil War. The only thing that matters to anyone when you discuss that specific time period is racism.
Well,
That's it.
yeah. So
That's
so
it.
that goes back to my favorite subject, which is pride. So when you're taught to have pride in an immutable characteristic,
Mhm.
you will lie to yourself because it is required. Because pride in false knowledge, you're required to bolster that with lies about what's going on around you to support that lie. You can't have pride in an immutable characteristic because you didn't do anything to earn that pride. You didn't work for it. Pride about your race or anything like that is fallacious, and it generates additional strife and discord. And our culture our political system is designed to teach us to have pride in our immutable characteristics. You know, having pride in your nation, that had nothing to do with you. You didn't do anything for that. That's just where you were born. It's the same thing. It forces you to believe things that aren't true. That's where I fall on that. It's a tool of the political establishment to divide people so that they're easier to control.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to type a message out. I'm terrible at doing more than one thing at a time. Well, I think that you're not inaccurate there, but let me throw this at you. We're not educating people about history anymore. We're educating people about concepts, and very directed concepts that direct their emotions more than their intelligence. Again, if you really wanted to teach kids about the Civil War, it wouldn't be where everyone was picking on these people and it was all about racism and all of that. It was a horrible time in our history. It was brother against brother. It was absolutely terrible. That's what you would teach them.
You could
But you're
also
not
teach
teaching them
you
that.
could
You're
also teach
teaching
you could also teach them that the South seceded, and for several months there was no war.
right.
And it wasn't until the North had blockaded the South to the point where they didn't have a choice but to fight back
Right.
that the war broke out. And nobody's going to talk about that because that's way outside the narrative. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's a control thing. It's part of the separating people. Reframing and revisionist history is a way of controlling the present. Is all that is.
Um hang on, I got something going on with my bot. Uh Cheeks, I don't know what you're doing to get thrown off. I don't see any reason why it would throw you off. Oh, you did all caps. That's what it is. Yeah, it doesn't like the all caps. So the all caps thing, you can't really do that because it's a technique used by spammers to kill the stream, and so the bot doesn't like that. Yeah, it's a bot. Yeah, it's a bot, man. The bot is good because you shouldn't be doing all caps, Cheeks. Why can't you hear me? Because you have gooey stuff in your ears from last night. That's why. I don't know. But yeah, I agree with a lot of what you're saying, Anson. I do. I think that it's a very I'd hate to say that we're use the slippery slope, but I don't know.
Well, I mean, our educational system is the Prussian model. The Prussians invented
Yes, absolutely.
the Prussians invented it to create a more compliant, cohesive citizenship because they wanted to take over
Yes.
all of England, all of Germany.
Yes.
And it's
Yes,
the
yeah,
same model that we have here where there's a central narrative that's being pushed down and it's being used very effectively and it's been perfected by us. And
yeah.
that's all that is.
Yeah, that's accurate, and I speak about that quite often because at the end of the day, I don't think people really understand, or I don't think most people really understand how true it is that the I don't know how to say this without being just a complete jerk. So, I mean, all right. So you got Rockefeller and his cronies established a public education system and then handed it to the government as a method of producing a workforce. The government took it over and understood from the word go that it was not just a method to produce a great workforce, it was also a method to control society.
Oh yeah, that's how it was designed, regimenting humans so that they're more compliant and able to do things that either it's not natural for a human to
Yeah.
get up and go to work at a specific time every day,
Yeah.
and do things on a schedule and take a break at a specific time and have their lunch break at a certain time. If you took a feral human who grew up on a farm or had their own lifestyle free from that sort of intervention and tried to just throw them into a city life, they'd be upset about it and be unhappy. Conditioning humans from birth is an important function of our modern culture, modern society.
Yeah, I think it's yeah.
That's part of the nanny state, man. Old El Rushbo used to talk about the nanny state all the time.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm trying to think of a different I say the thing is that I was only in the public school system for up until my freshman year of high school. And then I went to military school and it was completely different. But my public school system was not terrible. It wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible. And my military, when I was in military school, it was like being in the military. So it was not the Prussian method. It was, um, I mean, it was literally like being in the actual military. It's
Yep.
more like West Point, right? So, but there was a lot more personal responsibility. There was a lot more. I mean, it basically was all about personal responsibility, and teamwork and that sort of thing, which is not, which has been eliminated um, from public education. So it's a very interesting thing, and I appreciate that you know that. A lot of people, I talk about this a lot, and pretty much every forum that I talk about how Rockefeller established, what the evilness, or not, I can't even say it's evilness, the tactical nature of Rockefeller and his robber baron cohorts is truly admirable. It's terrible. It's terrible, but it's admirable because they were dedicated to it and they were very thorough. And he's the reason that we believe that uh, petroleum comes from dead dinosaurs. You know, he's literally paid for that. Like he did that. So, um, which I also thought was I always thought that was really interesting. You know,
Yeah,
um,
the men of that era knew how to get things done. Rockefeller, J.P. Morgan was the same way.
right?
He's the reason why we think that the government needs to control our currency.
He
J.P.
is.
Morgan, because he wanted a central bank to be able to remove all risk from his banking operations. Because if
Well, he
the
threatened
government,
Roosevelt. He
yeah,
threatened Roosevelt with calling the bonds. Right? He threatened, I believe it was Teddy Roosevelt. He threatened Teddy Roosevelt that he would not underwrite any more bonds for the U.S. Period, unless they gave him certain concessions, which they did. And that was, as you said, that basically to underwrite his bank and make him as, I mean, it was not completely risk free, but it lowered his risk quite a bit. I
Yeah,
really, go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, and it's not the first time that's happened. I mean, Andrew Jackson became president of the United States to end a central banking system, and he was successful at it. And
Yes.
that wasn't the first time either. Old Alexander Hamilton tried to set up the same nonsense when the country was founded. There were constant efforts, and it's just that one, the J.P. Morgan did, actually stuck.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah. And that, I think that's I mean, it's a fair point. I think JP Morgan, Carnegie, Rockefeller, and the other robber barons, I really admire the fact that they called themselves robber barons. I mean, that's a massive set of nuts to call yourself a robber baron, right? Like, and they really were, right?
well,
Um,
I don't know if they actually did or not. You're the historical guy, not me. I don't know about that.
yeah. It I'm pretty sure they referred to themselves as robber barons and other various things. But I don't think that they consider themselves nefarious. I think that they consider themselves, like all exceedingly wealthy people, as benevolent dictators to some degree, and helping the masses, the unwashed. So
Well, I don't know. Their efforts up to the point where they started getting the government involved so that they could carve out barriers to entry for their industries.
mhm.
Up to that point, I think they were good. But when you start using the power of government to enrich yourself, that's when you're doing something immoral, because you're basically taking force that is not yours and using it to enrich yourself.
Well, I think we have to really look at Rockefeller is the one that I consider the most evil. So, like, Carnegie just wanted to leave a legacy, and he did so through Carnegie Hall and through some other things that he did. Um, and he was able to do that. Vanderbilt obviously kind of failed at leaving a legacy, but he did leave something of a legacy. Rockefeller didn't care anything about that. He just wanted all of the money, like all of it. He didn't, and he never had enough. And so he basically, he owned U.S. Steel and Standard Oil, and Standard Oil was had bought up so many other of these little wildcat, or what they called wildcat oil operations and oil companies, and they were the largest oil company out there. But at the time, there really wasn't a lot of demand for oil, and there wasn't any sense that it was rare, right? Like, it wasn't valuable particularly, because anybody could just get it out of the ground, right? It's like coal. Coal wasn't valuable because you could just go dig it, you know. It was only valuable because somebody else would dig it and you could buy it. That was the only reason that coal was valuable. And that's how Rockefeller, and I want to say it was I forget what year it was, but he basically paid a bunch of scientists a bunch of money to investigate the source of oil. And because they had found oil at mostly at these archaeological digs where they would find these giant, you know, dinosaur skeletons and petrified remains. That's why they hypothesized that the oil was the biological mass that had rotted and then formed through all of this heat and pressure into petroleum. Now, they had a little bit of basis for this because they basically tried to liken it to rendering fat. from bacon, right? Like with enough heat and pressure, you get oil from biomass. And by the way, we do that today. We actually
Yeah.
we don't use heat and pressure, but we do get a petroleum product from biomass. But nature doesn't work that way. and so they basically said that it was a non-renewable resource, that it was fossil fuel. That's where the term fossil fuel comes from.
Where do you
And
think it comes from if it's not from
I think it's just like diamonds or any other mineral substance. It's a mineral, and so it's just a liquid mineral, and therefore it's produced naturally through the substrate, much like diamonds, much like
well,
anything else.
it's organic though. It's not a mineral. It's the hydrocarbons in it are definitely organic.
Well, but hydrocarbons are also in coal, and coal is
That's organic.
it's still a mineral as well.
Uh,
You have minerals in you.
yeah, I don't know. I'm not convinced. I don't know
I
enough about enough about this to argue it. But
Yeah,
I've got a hankering to argue it with you.
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
You can
I just
argue it with
don't.
me.
You know, I just don't know. I just don't know enough about it to explain it.
Yeah.
But you know, I don't know. I'm just thinking back to my chemistry and know that
Mhm.
organic chemistry where you know you can definitely see if something's been alive or not compared to something that isn't. And from what I recall about what I've
But
learned,
coal is something that's never been alive.
I thought coal was a fossil fuel also.
I think they term it a fossil fuel, but it's a rock. I mean, it's literally found as part of rock.
Yeah.
I don't believe that it's. I don't believe that it's. I'll do some more research. Because I'm drawing a blank. I know. I knew the connection, but I'm drawing a blank. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank because I talk about this all the damn time. But anyway, so JP Morgan pays for this result, and then he turns around and says, well, it's worth more, right? It's a fossil fuel, it's a non-renewable resource. Obviously, there's only so much of it. Now it's worth more. And what he did was he then sold Standard Oil. And I want to say that he was the first legitimate billionaire because of the sale of Standard Oil.
Yeah.
Like he was the first
I
guy.
thought he was forced. I thought he was forced because of the antitrust laws.
I think he sold it right before the antitrust law went into effect. That's why he was able to not split it up. But he had to sell Standard Oil, and he sold. It was one of the highest, it was one of the biggest deals ever, I think, at that time for sure, maybe ever. And then, sorry, beating cheeks, man. I can't. I'm sorry I haven't been able to talk to you. I'm having a great conversation with Anson here, so it's really great. But now I lost my train of thought because I started talking to beating cheeks. Rockefeller sells Standard Oil, and then he sells U.S. Steel. So U.S. Steel shuts down, and then, or not shuts down. U.S. Steel gets sold, and then basically Rockefeller is sitting there as, I think, the world's first legitimate billionaire. And remember, this is back when it wasn't letters of credit. This was actual hard currency in theory. He could go down and get gold for his $1 billion. That was a lot.
Well, I thought it was he the first millionaire, not billionaire.
I think he was both.
Let me
see. Hang on. Let me look that up because I want to make sure I'm right. Wait. I gotta hit the button. Sorry. I shut all this stuff down when I'm doing it. Let's see. Let's see.
Oh, you were right. You were right. First billionaire.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought I was. But so the biomass thing becoming oil has always bugged me, right? And and mostly because it just doesn't. It's like carbon becomes diamond, right? Carbon in theory, coal under enough pressure becomes diamond.
Oh
In
yeah.
theory.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So, and coal is oil. Liquefied coal is oil, basically. It's always bugged me, this whole thought process, right? The whole science behind it, right? Follow the science, and it's the 18th century or 19th century version of follow the science. So one of the interesting things one of the things that made me really kind of go down this little rabbit hole was there was a bunch of oil wells in well, there've been a bunch of oil wells that have started to um that went dry, right? In like Texas, Argentina, all over the place. And in theory, by going dry, that they should never have oil again, right? Because you've used up the biomass that was there. Takes millions of years to form, right? Tons of
Yeah.
pressure, all this stuff. And there was always this, like, all the conspiracy theory stuff about how this was being suppressed and all of that. But the Russians and whatever coast of Siberia that it is there, I don't know what they call it. It's on the Bering Sea, I think. And they had wells that went dry back in like the 50s, right? Like a long time ago. Like, and people had gone out there and there's nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. And then they went back to they were looking for something else. They weren't looking for oil. They were looking for something that coincides with oil. It's some mineral. I don't know. I'm not a mineral guy. I'm sorry, I'm just not. I'm not a geologist. I'm not a rock hound. I don't know that stuff, right? But the interesting thing was that the wells were not were contained oil again. And not just a little bit, not like seepage, like 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 hundreds of barrels of oil. And it was very interesting. It's a very interesting dynamic. And I've never forgotten about reading that. And I think that you can find the story I'm sure you can find it on Google. But I'm not a I forget where I was going with that. But anyway, that's yeah, I don't believe it. I don't believe oils are fossil fuels. I hate the term fossil fuel. I don't believe oil came from dead dinosaurs. I don't believe any of that. I think that that's a bill of goods that was wrapped up very neatly in a bow and sold to us. And yeah,
Yeah. So let me tell you about that bow that you were just talking about there. So
yeah,
we'll tie it back to education. So when
yeah,
I was in the fifth grade, my teacher had us do an exercise on Earth Day, where we would go outside and throw a bunch of I think they were like little balls out into some grass, and he said this is all of the known and expected available oil that is going to be used, or that's available on the entirety of Earth. And he threw it out in the grass and had all the students go out in different waves and say, all right, now five of y'all go out and that's how much oil is going to be left in 5 years, and five more go out and that's how much is going to be left in 10 years. And he had us all pick up all the oil that we could find represented by these little balls. And by the end of the exercise, he informed us that the world would be out of oil by 2012. And so in fifth grade, I was taught to be afraid of the fact that we wouldn't be able to have gasoline anymore by the time during my lifetime, which obviously isn't true. But it's 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 fear. They use fear on you in the education system to make you believe these lies. And that's kind of like the opposite of what you're talking about, which is you don't understand why the oil came back, so you're skeptical, which is natural. But it could just be that oil was in horizontal caverns that eventually seeped back down into the area that they were originally drilling, making it accessible to the well that had been dug. It could have just been something simple like that, and not necessarily, regeneration necessarily. Um, but the whole tying it back to the education system. Yeah, we're taught to know that it's finite and it's going to mean the end of civilization unless we adopt all these new technologies and wonderful things that we're supposed to buy in our consumerist society. So yeah, no, I'm right there with you, man. You have reason to be skeptical for real. That's
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. Especially since we actually use very little actual oil now.
yeah.
Like most of the oil that you put in your car has very few petroleum based stocks. A lot of it is synthetic based stocks. I could go down a lot of rabbit holes with the various types of oil and the base stocks and how much they have to make, how much of a um, petroleum based stock they have to have before they're considered a petroleum fossil fuel oil or fossil oil or whatever, versus a synthetic, and how much the synthetics are able to be, how much actual oil has to can be included as a base stock before it's considered a synthetic. It's a very interesting dynamic, and that's actually once I got into, I did a lot of research on oil, like a lot, like way too much. Now, most of it was based around how it's made and the additive packages and what all of this stuff, when they talk about engine oil, what it means. So, not necessarily on the crude oil side, right? But basically, um, the, you know, the amount of oil that we actually use for gasoline or the oil that you put in your car is actually really low. And we don't need really any of it now. We have the ester based, which are synthetics. The ester based oils are better than the petroleum based oils by far. Um, they have some other problems, but with modern engines, it's not an issue. The entire idea that the I'm really not sure what the motivation is politically to continuously drive us towards alternative fuel vehicles, other than it removes, in some cases it's a leverage against auto unions that are that make these vehicles. And so, if you start pushing for alternative fuel vehicles, and all of these guys, they start thinking they might be out of a job. I don't know. I really don't know why we keep pushing towards alternative fuel vehicles, other than the other reason, obviously, the most obvious reason is the massive amount of funding that they're able to pull out of our system into these boondoggles that don't go anywhere, that never produce an actual product, but the checks are cashed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a grift. Just
It's
like the simple,
absolutely a
just like
grift.
the simple land transactions. I'm sure you remember back in Obama's era, Solyndra and all the solar powered stuff.
Yeah. Oh,
The
yeah.
same grift. And Elon Musk would never have been able to get his production off the ground for Tesla had it not been for massive government subsidies. It's
Oh,
it's
yeah.
it's it's the same, but he was actually competent, unlike the other ones. But he he's an interesting guy, but I don't really want to talk about him. He's got enough press. The he does, man.
Yeah.
That guy. If that guy was running for emperor, I'd vote for him. I tell you what, I got a lot of faith in that guy. He can't be president though because he's not American. He can only be emperor. So, but you're a car guy. What do you think about the solid state batteries, the new technology like Toyota's been talking about? Have you been following that at all?
No, I think it's all boondoggles, man. Like I don't believe, I keep listening to how great the Teslas are getting and all of that. My buddy bought a Tesla. He's a car guy. And we've actually we were invited to race an electric, a single seat electric vehicle. So at the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, and we declined because it's very dangerous technology, and I didn't want to be part of it. I really felt like that, and what ended up happening, the car did burn to the ground. I really felt like the car was going to burn to the ground, and that's pretty much what happened. The batteries overheated, the batteries ignited, the car burned to the ground. That's what happened. And I looked at it and I thought that that's what was going to happen. Now there's an argument to be made that, pardon me, there's an argument to be made that in major metropolitan areas, the did you get timed out, Clover Tack? Dang, son. Why did you get timed out? What was the deal? I'll have to look into that. I'm still tweaking the bot, guys. Don't get mad. Don't get mad at me. This bot is on the night. Yeah, that's fine. All cap. Yeah, too many caps, probably. Well, I did. Yeah, I did the cap. I'll fix that. God. So I have my problem with all of the battery stuff is it's pretty dangerous. I feel like the missing part may be the solid state batteries and the technology behind charging them, but I just don't care. I think there's a good argument in major metropolitan areas where you don't have to go very far that electric cars are probably a good thing. It does a lot for you, right? It cuts down on emissions. It cuts down on a bunch of different things. But on the other side of it, I don't like electric cars. I think they're boring. I think they suck. I think that they're I think that the idea of getting caught 40 miles from nowhere with a dead battery in a car sucks. I don't like that plan. I think that's a horrible idea. So
Yeah, it's kind of weird how there's not enough market demand for it, but yet all the cars just sort of appeared out of nowhere. Usually in a free market system, there's a demand for a product before people spend gobs and gobs of capital resources in order to produce them. It's unnatural. It's wasteful. The way that it's been set up. It's not.
I
It's not
100% agree
capitalism.
with you. I 100% agree with you.
Yeah.
And that's why the Teslas right now are used Teslas are probably the cheapest car you can buy right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Now,
So,
I think that'll change. Like I mentioned before, Toyota and their solid state battery, they're doing it in a hybrid system initially, and
I think hybrid cars are where it's at. Although I personally think they're all missing the boat. I think Porsche with their hydrogen fuel cars, the V8 engines and the V4 or the inline 4 engines they have running on whatever that hydrogen or whatever it is that they're running them on is it's a clean fuel. They're testing it, I think, in South America or somewhere like that. I think that's where it's at, man. We're just
I
going to
don't
change
know.
fuel.
See
We're just gonna
now, I
change
got a
fuel.
problem. I got a problem with hydrogen because last time I recall hydrogen vehicles being really popular was the Hindenburg.
Yeah,
So I'm not a big fan of getting in something that can explode.
it's not it's not a straight hydrogen. It's a liquid fuel that is hydrogen based. So like hydrocarbons, go figure.
Yeah.
But it's a clean fuel. And I don't know what and I could let me sorry, I will I'll fire up the Google machine.
Yeah. Doesn't it emit oxygen and water, and that's about it?
I think that's it. Yeah, they were testing it in Chile. They are, yeah, and they basically Porsche said that they have committed to a dual path, electric in some markets and alternative fuel. It is made from CO2 and hydrogen using renewable energy resources. They're basically is trying to be carbon neutral as possible. It basically produces water as exhaust. And yeah, and it produces a lot of power and and I think I want to say Toyota or another Japanese company is also testing the same stuff. So,
Yeah. So I was actually shopping for a new vehicle recently, and I looked up. I was on the Auto Trader website, and I looked up pickup trucks. My filtering or whatever, I found a hydrogen pickup truck.
mhm,
And I was like, well, let me check that out. It was like, a quarter of the price of a normal pickup truck. And I was like, why is it so
mhm.
cheap? Well, I looked up, there's the only place that's even anywhere near me is almost an hour away to fill it up. And I'm like, yeah, hell
Right,
no, I'm not doing that.
right,
And that's the
yeah,
same thing. There's not a market demand for it, or else people would be lining up replacing their gas pumps with hydrogen pumps. If there was a market demand for it, it would change.
yeah, yeah. Mazda did actually produce the hydrogen RX-8 that was tested in Japan in the Japanese market, and it was never mass produced, but it did work and it made good power and everything. So, um, and Volkswagen had a hydrogen or propane powered race series called the Scirocco Cup in Europe, and it did well. The alternative fuels, I think, are really where it's at. Um, so, but yeah, where's that? Somebody. What happened to the guy who made a car run on water? Yeah, yeah, I remember that. Yep. Yeah, hydrogen. It's an interesting deal. Yeah, it's Porsche, BMW, and Toyota that have partnered together to make it work. So, yeah, Kias are actually pretty good. Kias are actually pretty good. Kias are Hyundais. They're the sport arm of Hyundai, and Hyundai are pretty legit. They're
Yeah,
one of the
and until the
largest
North
companies in
invades
the
the
world.
South.
Well, yeah, maybe. I don't know, man. The Hyundai is one of the largest companies in the world. Period. Like they're crazy big. Um, people don't know that. People don't realize how big they are. Tesla is conducting battery research and development. They're really heavily collecting driver data to train a machine learning. Yeah, see, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's that transhumanism stuff. Our cars are going to be smarter than us, so they can drive us for us.
Yeah. Uh, well, that's actually all. I mean, if we want to go down that road, brother, let me tell you, Kevin, you know this. Um, what people don't realize about modern engines is, or modern emission standards, is they've started recommending 0 20 weight oil, even for my V8 Chevy truck. It's supposed to be 0 20 weight oil. And that's why they developed lifter and cam issues pretty early in their lifespan. My truck doesn't, because I don't use 0 30. I use 0 30 or 0 20. I use 0 30 or 5 30, depending on what we can get, because that's what it needs. It needs 30 weight hot oil at the minimum. And if it gets much hotter here, we're going to go back. We're going to go back up to 40, good 40 weight. But, so I actually have a friend of mine who works at and I think Kevin and I talked about this. I have a friend of mine who works for Honda, and they've been replacing engines left and right in the 4-cylinder cars, because the oil is so thin that after they get a few miles on them, they burn oil like it's going out of style between the low tension rings, which are designed to reduce friction, and the 0 20 weight oil, which burns off way too quickly, as Bay Street Racer says. And the fact that the 0 20 weight oil does not lubricate the cylinder walls as effectively as 0 30 weight. And it all equates to engines that use massive amounts of oil at very low mileages. But if you just and it's interesting, because my buddy told me, he's like, I've literally gone out to these cars, they're Preludes, Civics, whatever, they're 4-bangers, and they'll change the oil to 30 weight or 40 weight, depending on the season, and drive the car, and the oil usage goes right back to normal. But they have to put a new engine in it at the dealer. They have no alternative. Because it's under warranty, and they have to replace the engine. That's going to be fun later. 0 16 weight. Yeah, that's going to be good. That's going to be good later. That's going to be a great story. That'll be good for story time. And yeah. But yeah, they're dying under warranty a lot. So, we have made quite a circle this evening.
Yeah. You want me to redirect the conversation back to politics? That's economics in my wheelhouse.
Yeah. Let's talk about politics.
Yeah. Well, let's disagree on something, man. So
Sure, man.
we were that death penalty thing. That
Okay.
got brought up in the chat right before I got on here, and I think it's immoral to have the state execute people, especially in our current legal system, because the state is not perfect, and if you are empowering authority to end the life of someone who is innocent, you are complicit in that immoral act. And unless the system is perfect, then you can't be sure that you're doing the correct thing. And so I don't think that the state, since it's not perfect, should be allowed to do that.
Okay. All right. Let me rub my eyes a second here. Started tearing up there for a second.
Didn't mean to make you cry, man. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. I mean, no, I'm just I am actually a little tired, but that's all right. I'll muddle through. No system's ever perfect. And so while I agree with you on the face of the issue, right? I agree that, okay, in theory, it's a good theory that we should never have the state take a man's life without being 100% perfectly sure, and there can be no corruption in the system. There can be no room for error. right? It should be a perfect system, but the problem is there's never ever going to be a perfect system, and since we can't have a perfect system, we have to do basically as best as we can get, right? All we can do is get as close as we can because we're not God, and therefore we have to do as good as we can. What my reply would be, or my real rebuttal will be that, okay, I agree that on the surface should be perfect, but there's no perfect system. Do you not believe that it is better to um and assuming, well, actually, I can't assume. Let's lay some ground rules first. When we're talking death penalty, we're talking about especially heinous crimes, right?
Yep.
Okay. And we're specifically also talking about crimes where there's a massive preponderance of evidence. This isn't hinging on small turns of evidence, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's
Okay.
but in the system that we have, which
Mhm.
has those features, the feature also exists that people who have been convicted and received the
Mhm.
death penalty have been
Sure.
released from prison because they were exonerated after being convicted and found
Sure.
guilty.
Yeah. Okay. I agree with that. All right. So, but we're operating with the bounds that these are especially heinous crimes that these people are convicted of, and that all appeals have been um, exhausted. All of the evidence within reason has been exhausted. Now, I do understand that mistakes happen, and um, to that, I can only answer that mistakes happen, and unfortunately, that does. We can call it a mistake, a miscarriage of justice. We can call it whatever we like, um, but it's no different than saying if my life is ruined because I get a speeding ticket that I didn't get, but my life is ruined over it because I lose my job, because I lose my car, and then I lose my job, and then I become homeless, and because I become homeless, I then turn to theft, and because I turn to theft, I end up dead in a gutter because I can't steal enough to eat or whatever. Um, the government had no it yet, but and if in fact I was not actually speeding, then where's where's the difference?
Well, yeah, I'm not acknowledging that there aren't people who um, probably deserve the death penalty or deserve to be punished
Hmm.
for what they've
Sure.
done. And I'm,
Hmm.
I'm also agreeing that the death penalty probably acts as a deterrent to prevent people because people need external sanctions to sometimes behave. There's a reason to have the death penalty, um, but
So
life
which
life
would
exists on a continuum, right?
hmm sure,
So
yeah,
so if you grant the government the right to take life, then you are also giving them the power to create life because it's the same
okay.
continuum, right? So you give them who
I
the
don't know
decision
that
about who.
that follows. I
Well,
don't know that that follows. I can't grant that. I can't grant that because I can take life. I cannot create life. If I go out and I shoot somebody in the back of the head, I can take their life.
you
But
can create. You created
I
life,
myself can't. It takes me and a female to create life.
right? Yeah, it takes some sort of an action, but you have
Mhm.
done it before,
Sure.
right?
Twice.
Right? Right. So you're basically giving the state the power to do something that only, that you as an individual could do, right? But you wouldn't take a life unless it was justified and you knew it was justified. And if you did, then you would be an immoral person.
Well, I can grant that me taking a life, um, you know, knowing that it was wrong, would be an immoral act, then your argument is immediately voided because the state doesn't know that it's wrong when it takes the life of a convicted killer, even if that person in fact was innocent. And as a matter of fact, I would say that it's far more evil to sentence and hold someone for 30 or 40 or 50 years in jail, depriving them of their freedom. I would say that's way more evil than depriving them of their life, assuming that that in both of those cases they were in fact innocent but convicted, but wrongly convicted. I would say that imprisoning someone and effectively taking their life away from them and torturing them every single day of their life, them knowing that they're innocent and being unable to prove it, is far more heinous and much worse than taking their life and in effect putting them out of their misery, because that is the choice that you're talking about. You don't magically set someone free because they might be wrongly convicted. Those people will serve out their life in prison, and maybe one day. And unfortunately, the idea that we should somehow hold out for that chance doesn't hold water. I don't believe that that's something that you could argue successfully, because at the end of the day, the chance is so out there, right? Like we're not even talking like 1 in 100. We're talking 1 in 10,000 probably that they've been wrongly convicted. So you're going to put 10,000 people in jail for the rest of their life at a detriment to the public. It costs the public a ton of money to do that, to the detriment of that person's family. The family cannot move on. If the person is humanely executed, their family moves on. If that person's in prison, that family cannot move on. If that person's in prison, they're aware every single day that they were innocent. If they were innocent and they go to meet their maker, then they go to their maker and they say that they're innocent, and their maker accepts them into their arms, assuming that you believe in an afterlife. If you don't, that's fine too. I'm not making that argument. I'm just using that as a point of reference. Beyond that, we've already empowered our government to kill with no reason of guilt or innocence, because they can wage war, and every law enforcement officer has the right to shoot you based on your actions at that time, with no burden of guilt or innocence. So there's nothing there. There's no rational explanation for objecting to the death penalty.
Well, okay, just because the government has the ability to take life in war isn't the same thing as taking life after someone's gone through a process of being found guilty of a crime. And it's also not the same for when a police officer has to act in the heat of the moment while they're engaging in their enforcement capacity. Those are different things. And
but we've empowered. But you're saying the government shouldn't be empowered because it's flawed. But yet a war where an innocent person can be shot and killed under a declaration of war is worse than someone going through a complete, thorough trial.
Right. And
it takes years sometimes.
And the war analogy is even worse, because I mean, every war in my lifetime was not a legal war.
I don't disagree with you, but the fact is that is what happens.
It's but it is, but that's not what to happen. As Andrew's always saying, that is not what should happen. There is a legal process that's actually much better that could be followed.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying that the way it stands right now, I'm not debating whether wars are right or wrong. I'm saying right now the government is empowered to wage war, or they don't even have to wage war. They can just simply enemy of the state. Right. They can simply say that this person must die.
Yeah, and that's just as immoral.
I don't disagree that it is immoral, but that doesn't answer that doesn't follow the question of this
Well,
is
you can't confer power onto the government to do something immoral on your behalf unless you have, um, I guess, the desire to have an agent act on your behalf doing something immoral.
so this that's a good argument. That's a very interesting argument. The problem I have with it is that we are either citizens of the country and therefore we accept what has been conferred to the government, or we need to move somewhere where we do. Unfortunate, or we work within to change that, right? We can't say that just because at some point in time our government has been conferred this right that I consider immoral, that that it is in fact immoral. Somebody else can make an argument, and will make an argument that it is perfectly moral for the government to identify someone as an enemy of the state and have that person executed with no trial whatsoever, and that is a perfectly moral action because it saves people, or or whatever. We can argue back and forth about what our personal morality might be on that, but until we change and make that morality consistent with what we want, we have to either accept it or reject it on a personal level. But overall, I don't think that it's necessarily immoral that a government that's of the people can be, that we can, I mean, we can objectively find it immoral from a personal standpoint. I don't think that we can say the government is immoral in doing that. The government has been charged with that power, if you will, or that responsibility by the people that came before us and we are
Right.
doing it now.
And those are that's power and authority that was vested in them by people that have been gone for a couple of hundred years now, and it's of no
Sure.
consequence to me. I didn't. I
But
didn't.
it
I
is
didn't.
a consequence to you
I
because
didn't. No, right.
we can't part and parcel everything, right? So we accept this right that was conferred to us 200 years ago, and we accept that and we fight for that. We can't then turn around and say, well,
Well,
I don't like this one, so I'm going to say that that's immoral, and I'm not going to do anything about it unless you want to change it. Now, if you want to get a movement together and go change it, then great. I wish you luck, but
well,
I can't.
what right are you talking about? 'Cause you
Any of
said that.
them, any of
What?
them.
Yeah, yeah, but rights
Pick-
don't exist.
That's right. Rights are granted, but they, in theory,
Yeah,
I
but
guess.
even the rights in the Constitution, they're all fictional.
Sure,
They're
but
not granting us anything.
that's what we live by, correct?
No,
No, okay,
the 10th Amendment does not exist. Not in any practical form whatsoever.
okay.
The rights are imaginary. The Second Amendment doesn't exist either. Those attorneys in robes that granted us the rights to have those stocks that bounce back and forth on our shoulder this week. You know, they're a group of 9 attorneys that arbitrarily decide one thing or another, and their opinion will change in 10 years depending on whoever it was that appointed them. It's an arbitrary system. It's not rights. It's arbitrary. It's not any different than some king somewhere making dictates.
But would you agree then that the Constitution then is a guarantee of not necessarily of rights, but of abilities or limitations, depending on which angle you're looking at it from, and that guarantee is what is in theory supposed to guide us.
No, the Constitution is what the government uses to convince you that it's limited so that you're a compliant subject.
Well, I will grant that I don't believe that the government's necessarily limited by anything
Right.
at this point. I will grant that because I don't know that uh it in all by all measure that I can see, the government has limitless ability to interpret anything in any way it wants to. However, coming back to the actual issue of the death penalty, I don't know that it's inherently immoral. But then again, I don't know that it's moral or immoral. I don't believe that laws are necessarily moral or immoral. They're simply rules that we live by, and therefore, whether or not I consider it whether or not I consider it a moral thing that if I drive 120 miles an hour, I'm going to get a speeding ticket and my car could be impounded. Regardless of whether or not I consider that an immoral act, that's probably what's going to happen.
Right. Now, I'll grant you a few things that I kind of I guess I've left out of the argument so far. The death penalty is so rare in the United States
Sure.
that it is almost an irrelevant topic to discuss because it's so
Mhm.
rare.
Yeah.
And to one of your points, that it's more cruel to leave people in prison for a very long time instead of executing them. I don't know if I buy that whether or not someone would want to live or not. I think that most people would choose to live, but the way that the system is currently structured, people can wait for their expiration date by the state for decades, waiting on appeals and other things to go through the system because it's so inefficient. And I think that that's actually more cruel, making them wait for that long,
I agree. I will agree with that.
knowing that they will meet an end, and it'll be in a specific way, and they're going to be held in a cage until then. I mean, I think that that's objectionable. Um, making them know, hey, I'm going to be sitting here basically waiting, knowing that this is how I'm gonna end. And I don't know. That's worse. The justice is supposed to be swift.
Yeah. Okay. And that's kind of what I was about to say. Justice should be swift. However, because of our current checks and balances, it's no longer swift, right? It's the opposite of swift. In fact, takes decades sometimes, um, and it's truly tragic. It really is.
Yeah.
So
Well, Grid, man, it was really awesome chatting with you tonight. You need me for any longer?
no, man. If you need to go, it's been great having you on, and it was an interesting discussion at the end. I don't know that either one of us made headway there, but um, you know, it's uh, it's a good it's a good discussion. And you're
Yeah.
right. The death penalty is so rarely used that it's simply an academic discussion to have to push back and forth amongst ourselves, right?
Right.
Um, my a better topic, I find it immoral actually and objectionable that we have excessive prison sentences, and worse, that once the prison sentence is over, the person is not simply free to leave and exit the system and be a human again, complete, empty record, no recourse against him, because the way that our country was structured, the way our entire system was based, it was based on the idea that if you did something so bad, then you met the death penalty and that was it. Otherwise, you paid your debt to society. That's the idea behind prison. Was you owed a debt, you did something, you owe a debt, and you paid your debt to society, and then once you did that, you were free and you moved on with your life, and um, you were done. And our current society absolutely punishes people for life, regardless of what they have done or what they will do after they get out of prison or out of the system, however you want to look at it. Not necessarily prison, can be jail, either way. But It's the uh it's a really difficult thing for me to grasp, because I believe that once you've paid that debt to society, you should be absolutely whole again. But
Yeah.
we
What?
continuously punish people for it.
Yeah, and our nation was supposed to have been founded by basically criminals. I mean,
Yeah.
we were all guilty of treason against the crown.
Right.
I don't know about you, but like, my first American ancestors, they came to the United States fleeing Europe because,
Mhm.
well, in my case, the crown in England for treason.
Sure.
So
I had some of those.
yeah, so we we set up our prison system to not enslave people to debt. We don't have debtors prisons. It's supposed to be a system that's more forgiving and understanding and moral, but we don't have the morality anymore. So
I think that's a good point. Um, I feel like that it's a I just think that if you've paid your debt to society, that's it. I don't care if it's, like, and I've watched this over the years where, like, drunk drivers get pulled over, they spend $10,000 or more in legal fees, they never get out of that system because they have to put the box in the car, the monitor, the all of these things. It's just money after money. They have to go to weekly meetings, and if they miss one, they have to start over. And the entire system. And this was in Colorado, so not every state's like this. The entire system, it seemed to me like, was meant to keep that person in the system as long as they possibly could. You were never supposed to be able to be done. And even if you did manage to actually exit the system, literally every single thing that you did, that DUI was attached to. And I said, I had a client who had a DUI, and he was a young kid. It was a stupid thing. He probably would have gotten off with a warning, but he mouthed off to the cop. The cop wrote him for DUI, and it effectively ruined that dude's college career. He had ended up having to drop out of college, and he works in. I'm sure he's doing fine now. He was a motivated kid, but he lost his college. He ended up working in construction, and terrible stuff, man. And as far as I know, you can never get rid of the DUI ever. It's always
yeah,
there.
well, we have a culture of I guess it's a prison culture. I mean, we
It
imprison
is.
more people. We imprison more people in the United States than any other country in the world. Even the Chi-Com.
All of the countries in the
Yeah,
world. We imprison more people than all of the countries of the
yeah.
world combined.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's Stalinist level, gulag type stuff that we're doing. It's
Yeah,
insane.
I can't disagree with you on that. I wish I could, but I can't, because I the facts are the facts. And
Yeah,
and part of it is because it's such a cash cow in this country.
yeah,
And until we really until we reset, until we redefine how the government can spend the money that we give it, nothing's going to change. Moral and moral is irrelevant. It's all about cash. So,
yeah. Well, that's that other immoral thing that you're talking about there. That's the Christians call it mammon. That's that's what you're talking about.
yeah.
Um, and yeah, no, and that was one good thing Trump did. He addressed that a little bit. And I'll give him credit for that. Trump addressed the criminalization issue, but he didn't, like everything else. He didn't do enough.
I think it's hard. I think it's going to be really hard to reform any of these systems.
Yeah.
Mainly because neither side, and I don't care what we're talking about, whether it's libertarians, conservatives, Democrats, leftists, nobody wants to reform anything to do with our penal system at all. Our court system in this country is a scam to a large degree, especially lower courts, and it's pretty terrible.
Yeah.
It's pretty
Yeah,
terrible.
but the reform stuff, even a little bit of reform like what Trump did, if it's popular, it has the potential in 5-10 years someone might take it up again, and say,
I hope so.
they liked it when Trump did it, maybe we'll do it. It's like Khrushchev came in after Stalin and did some reforms and made the system a little better.
Yeah, yeah. No, you're
Um,
right. You're right. I can't argue that. I keep extending it. I know that I feel like you are trying to. I feel like you're trying to run away.
No,
And I'll
man,
let you.
I'm enjoying I'm enjoying the conversation. It's not that you're
All right.
extending it.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
this is the stuff I like to I like the politics and the economics,
Yeah.
that's my wheelhouse. And I do accounting for a living. I
Oh
spend all
yeah.
day in all day in spreadsheets and well it's you know more like
That's terrible. I'm sorry.
database stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, man. That's
Yeah,
terrible.
well, yeah, I appreciate your condolences. I really need that, but it affords me the opportunity to listen to books on tape all day.
Well, there you go. There you go. That's good. Hey, what do you think about the fact that on average it cost most American families about $11,000 more a year currently in just their monthly spend than it did last year, than just a couple of years ago, because of the
Um,
inflation and the devaluation of the dollar.
yeah, yeah. So it doesn't cost them more. It's that the value of their money is less. There's
Sure.
a difference. People think about it wrong. They're like, why are these prices going up? These greedy companies trying to
Mhm.
take my money. Why are they raising prices on me? We've got to get our elected officials to do something about it to protect us from these corporations. Why aren't they
Mhm.
paying anymore? That sort of nonsense. The
Yeah.
envy, another one of those immoral things. The envy.
Yeah.
And I Um, I mean, that all goes back to J.P. Morgan and our initial conversation before about the people who set up the system to protect the bankers, because
Mhm.
we have a banking nation. It's run
Yes.
by the bankers, and until we take away their central bank and do what Andrew Jackson did, we're still going to be saddled with a currency that fluctuates wildly depending upon how they want to fund the government with inflation instead of with you know um, actual taxing and spending like they should. Prior to the central bank, prior to the creature of Jekyll Island, there was a good 100 years or so almost of no central bank, and the value of the dollar pretty much remained steady during that time. And so there's a record of what it looks like when we don't have people inflating currency and using. Are you familiar with the Cantillon effect? So when you put um, new dollars into existence, the people who received the new dollars first benefit the most because the currency hasn't been devalued yet until it's moved its way through the economy. And so when you print money, the bankers who receive the money first and dole it out to their group of people first benefit because the currency hasn't been debased yet. And that's why the rich get richer when there's inflation and the poor get poorer. That's why when we move our currency out through the entire world, we expand the base for the inflation, and more wealth can be extracted from the entire world. That's why the dollar, being the world's reserve currency, is so valuable to the people that are in charge of the system. It's because they can spread out that inflation amongst a whole lot more people.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's
Yeah.
what I
No, that,
think about. That's what you asked, a simple question about families and prices, but
well, yeah, I
that's
was
what I think
just,
about it.
yeah. So I agree with that, but nobody got an $11,000 a year raise. But as you point out, the dollar's worth less. So what do you what do you think about? I mean, just globally, without having to pull in too, dive in too deep. What do you think about the repercussions of that? What do you think the public reaction is to that? What do you just what's your opinion, man?
Well, I think that it's one of those things that can mobilize people if they don't get it in check. Because when you start debasing the currency, to the point where it gets out of hand, then you know you're going to have a political problem on your hands. It's like what happened in Argentina and Malay coming in. They finally got tired of the Peronists doing that. But it's got to get really out of hand, and there's still a whole lot more wealth to take.
Hmm.
So it's not over yet. Um, I and I agree. People. Well, other people may not have gotten an $11,000 raise. I don't know what they're doing wrong, but um, the 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 way that the money flows through the system doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be distributed evenly. That's why by the time it made it down to the average person working, they didn't get that $11,000 raise, because the capital wealth was confiscated and moved up the ladder instead of staying down at the lower level of the system. If
Okay.
you think
So
about money doesn't just appear and then get distributed evenly everywhere. You know,
sure.
yeah, it's a capital resource, and the Jamie Dimons of the world are the ones who benefit from it.
So I agree with that. Um,
And it affects individual people, and they really only see the prices going up, and they hear the lies about how it's the greedy corporation and capitalism isn't working. This isn't capitalism. That's not what this is. That's not what's wrong. It's not the greedy people taking advantage of me. It's the government and a select few greedy people.
yeah, yeah, I go with that. So, before I get to Clover Tax question, I just, I got to kind of ask you this, man. So when we're talking about uh, money flowing from one spot to the other, do you believe how much effect do you think that the government itself has on that versus the um, corporations, larger hedge funds, that sort of thing?
So it's the government doesn't control it. The central bank controls it. The Fed. So uh, I mean, the money goes out to the different banks that are in the Fed system, and then
Sure.
and then the bankers disperse it. So I mean, and the hedge funds and the corporations, those are all tied in with the banks.
Hmm.
The larger ones, not the smaller little people.
Hmm.
They're not tied into that system. And I mean, it depends on how you define small, but um, so I don't know. I'm not gonna say that like it's the greedy corporations or something like that. I don't know what you were trying to get at there, but
No, no, I think that I just thought it's an interesting. I think it's an interesting study because, and so back when Obama was president, it was really interesting, like point of history that I was about to. So Motorola was about to split, and I could still invest in stocks then, and I knew it was about to split. They were basically going to turn. They were going to take their cell phone company in one direction, and they were going to take the radios, um, that had that have actually built a company in another direction, but it's still going to be the same company ish, but two corporate entities. And when the stock split, it was going to be, if basically you were basically assured a pretty good profit. And that deal ended up kind of not happening because of some funding issues and some other things that moved the needle. And I will never forget how everyone was, there was a lot of guys saying, well, it's the government doing that, but I don't think it really was. I think it was that it's just how money works. It's not that there's a central conspiracy guy or group that said, you know what, we're not going to let Motorola split.
Well,
But
it could be.
one of the things that did influence that was Greenspan at the time was doing all kinds of weird things with quantitative easing, and that put a lot, there were some issues there with how the flow of money went to corporations like Motorola, right? Like how they get their funding and whatnot. It's just very interesting to me. It's very interesting to get different people's opinions, because if you give someone a lot of information, they'll just agree with you. But if you just ask them a random question, a lot of times you'll get a lot of really good information because they don't, they don't think you're fishing. They don't see the bait, I guess. Whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So what you're talking about, Greenspan, and
Yeah.
central money planning, central planning. That's it.
Yeah.
That's what that is. That's the Soviet system.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
when you have an organization in charge of the money supply, there's necessarily going to be malinvestment. And this might be a situation where the central planners made a decision, and there may have been a better decision that could have been made had the government not been controlling the money supply. And people could have made more money had the government not been involved in that situation where the money supply was being impacting the situation. And the
Greenspan did
same
a
thing
lot of
happens.
research.
The same thing happens when they expand the money supply too, because people see all this free money laying around, and they're like, "Ooh, I'm going to invest it in this right here, and I'm going to invest it in that right there." And then, I can't remember the names of them. There were all these special purpose vehicles that were set up a few years ago when they were flooding the economy with all the free money, and there were these investments that were supposed to invest in other investments, and people were putting lots of money into them
Mhm.
because there was money everywhere, and a lot of them turned belly up because they were basically empty vessels. And skyscrapers are the same thing. Have you heard of the skyscraper curse?
No,
So
I can't say that I have.
so if you look at history, and you over the past 120 years, every time that the record for the largest skyscraper in the world was reached, there was immediately thereafter a recession.
Really?
Yeah, and it's because of all the malinvestment related to the business cycle.
Sure.
People think
Yeah.
that there's a lot of excess cash laying around, so I'm going to put it into this big phallus in the sky, and we're going to put all this capital and waste it on these resources. Malinvestment is what it is. It's the business cycle caused by controlling the economy.
That's
And
interesting.
yeah, it's spot on. There's a book about it you can read. It's called The Skyscraper Curse. But
Yeah, I need to. I'm going to look into that because that's very interesting. I'm very interested in money and how money works back and forth. Now we got to get to Clover tax question here.
yeah,
Curious your thoughts on the best way to fund the government: sales tax, flat tax, income taxes, tariffs, bonds. What's best in your opinion? Before you do yours, let me give mine. Is that cool?
yeah, man, go ahead. Yeah, it's your show.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't want to influence you too much. I'm hoping that you're already locked in, right? And you know what you're going to say. So this is what I would do if I were emperor for a day, for a year. Actually, it'd take me a year. Rule number one would be that there could be no federal income tax. We do a flat tax on everything, all transactions. Corporate there would be a corporate income tax of somewhere between 18 and 27%. Can't get to 30. 30 is that magic number where corporations get like weirded out and will just go out of business rather than stay in business. And I would open up mineral exploration, especially oil. I think we would become energy independent again. We would start removing oil and coal again from the soil, and the companies that did that could sell it only internally. We unless there was a massive surplus, then we could export. But first, there would have to be some way of proving that we had that massive surplus, and a tariff on every barrel that they pumped out would be levied, and it would go specifically to pay the debt. It could be used for nothing else except paying the national debt down, and the budget would have to be balanced every single year. And boondoggles such as solar and other things would no longer be supported by the government. Matter of fact, no energy production would be supported by the government except the oil, and only because of the tax money or the tariff money that would bring in. And any sort of solar, electric cars, nuclear, thermonuclear, whatever, would all have to be privately funded. And also I would remove the restrictions on the thorium reactors and allow them to be allow state and local governments to switch to thorium reactors instead of the more costly sources of power like wind. So if I were king, that's what I would do. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
All right. Thank you, Your Highness. I I want to say the question is kind of vague because it just says government, and government is many layers. So I'll
Mhm.
start with the top layer. The federal government should receive no tax money from individuals. Zero. The
Zero.
federal Zero. The federal government should receive its funding from the states.
Mhm.
The states should be the only taxing entity, and it doesn't really matter what the state uses to fund its government. What matters is that the people have the ability to leave the state and go to the state beside it to um, basically leave an oppressive system. Because it doesn't really matter what the system is. If it's abused, then it'll be abused. It could be a flat tax or a fair tax. The government can find a way to mess it up. So, as long as there's freedom of movement and no federal taxes at all, then it'll be a fair system.
Mhm.
Personally, if I was in charge of one of the states, I would implement a Georgist type system where there's a one tax. And if you're not familiar with the Georgist movement, that's definitely worth your time to look up. So
Yeah. Okay. I like it. Stochastic decay. No income tax for civilians. Why? If you're paying a flat sales tax on everything, that's the only tax. Period. And that tax can be collected by the state, and the government, the federal government is funded by the states sending that money to the federal government as they on whatever basis. Actually, I hadn't thought that far ahead. Probably on like maybe a per capita basis, or a percentage of the federal money that they receive. They would have to um, pay that back out of their income tax, right? and it's a but no, the federal money, the federal government should get no income tax from standard civilians, only corporations, because corporations operate across state lines. I do not operate across state lines, right? I operate here. So the state should get my money, not the federal government. So yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Population count, GDP. I don't really think that you could do population though, but probably what they used in federal money. So if you use $2 million in federal money to build roads or pay for schools or something that the state should be paying for and not the federal government, then you reimburse the federal government. Then you get your taxes based on the money that you use, and you have to pay back more than you use. So if it's punishing like that, then you won't use it, right? Like that's how I work with that's how my son's allowance works. If he overspends, he has to pay me back more than what he spends. That way he stops overspending, right? That's how that works. And the same thing with the state, right? So if if California overspends every single year on road construction and they borrow money from the federal government to build their roads every single year, then probably the second or third year they get cut off. They get no money until they pay it all back with interest or whatever. I think that's the fairest way to do it. I don't know. Anson, do you have any input there?
Well, corporations are people, so Rush Limbaugh used to really love to say that because it would piss off the lefties a whole lot.
Yeah, that's true.
That
That is true. He did say that, and I say that too. Corporations are just people trying to do business.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not a fan of I guess taxing income at all, because I think it disincentivizes production, creativity, ingenuity, and it's basically a tax on you exerting effort. And I mean, even for corporations, I think it's abhorrent. So I don't know. That's what I think about that.
Arthur Dias. So this is an interesting point because you may have heard the state of Tennessee. We have a very frugal government. We actually generally operate on a surplus of tax revenue. Last year, I guess now, when it came time for the federal government to send us a big old fat check for education, our governor, Mr. Bill Lee, said, don't send us a check. We don't want your money. Don't send it.
Yep.
And everyone got pissed off at him, but it's the right thing to do because that money always comes with strings attached. It's not free money. And you're going to have to teach woke stuff. You're going to have to do whatever. You're going to have to do, DEI. You're going to have to do whatever the monogram is. You're going to have to do it. And our governor said, no, we don't need your money. Keep it.
Yeah. Every state needs to do that, or at least every state that cares about its people. Yeah, no, I remember Goldwater talking about that and the strings attached to federal money. Have you ever read any of Goldwater's books? Man, that guy was pretty good. Barry Goldwater.
I have not. You're talking about the guy who ran for president and got shafted.
Yeah. He was excellent on everything except for war. He was a neocon on war, but everything else he was good. But the government's been doing that for forever, attaching stuff to. I'm giving it at my kid's school right now. The government has like requirements for attendance, and they have all those DEI posters on the wall, and curriculum that's based on federal suggested standards, and that's all tied to money, and the school
Yeah,
system jumps through hoops to get that money, and
absolutely.
they organize everything around getting it, and it's wrong. The federal government shouldn't have any say in what happens in the local school system. I don't even think the state should have any say. That should be a local only thing.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Willie, so here's my opinion on that. Again, I'm not king, but if I were king, the government has no responsibility to pay for you in a natural disaster. That's what your local church is for. That's what your local food bank is for. That's what the local construction companies who make their living off of the citizens in the area should be coming out and cleaning up natural disasters and doing things. The problem is that every idiot out there has his hand out in a natural disaster rather than giving a hand up, rather than helping their neighbor. They're out there asking, oh yeah, give me $400 an hour to move these fallen ass trees here. You know what? No, you're a tree surgeon. Donate your time at a reasonable rate, right? I say donate, but charge the city a reasonable rate to move the stuff. Arthur Dyer, that is horse crap. My local Methodist church by themselves, they have like 4 bulldozers that they send. They send all over the country to natural disasters. They literally have I think they have 2 bobcats, 1 bigger dozer, and like a smaller one. I don't know what it's not a dozer, it's maybe an excavator. And they all have they have a fleet of trucks. And that's all privately funded. There's no government money. No
Well,
government money.
I'll give you a historical example. The Great Fire of Chicago. The entire city pretty much
Yes.
burned down, and there was zero
Yes.
government intervention in the recovery. It was all done with private charity, and private
Yeah.
charity is more efficient because people actually care about what they're spending their
That's
money
right.
on. And
That's right.
when the government gets involved in these natural disasters, the FEMA that's super wasteful. They don't actually provide the services that private charity would provide because they don't actually care about where the money is spent because there's no agency among the bureaucrats because they're so
Right.
separated from the source of money.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's so terrible that people really do think this way, that your local churches, that your local government, that your local contractors, like, that they're unable to handle these natural disasters or whatever. Also, if you live in a hurricane zone, maybe you ought to think about moving. Maybe it's not the thing to do to live there and have to rebuild your house every 2 years. I don't know.
Yeah,
There's a
and
reason that people didn't live
if
there.
the government didn't subsidize the insurance for those areas, then people wouldn't live there because it would be too expensive.
Right. Yeah.
It's
That's
it's
why
a
nobody lived
distortion.
there.
Yeah.
That's why nobody lived there until the last 40 or 50 years, because the house got blown down every couple of years.
Yeah.
Actually, Clover, I think there's more charity now than there's ever been. And I think that it's poorly managed, and I think that it's snubbed a lot. And I think that it's an interesting deal right now. I think if I have zero faith in the government to be on my side and to provide the thing that I need. If I need a tree removed from my yard, they'll probably cut down all the trees in my yard. Right? Like if a tree falls over my yard, they'll probably cut all my trees down. I would rather do it myself than have to rely on a government agency to help me. I'd literally rather call 5 friends over. That's just me. I get it, not everybody's me, but Oh, whoops, wrong one button. Sam, another good example of private industry dealing with environmental issues. They installed a private deposit system to recycle glass bottles that the government didn't institute. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Clover Tech is he understands. They cut all the trees except the one that was falling down. They'd remove all of the ones that didn't need to be removed. That's right. The most feared words in the government in the English language. I'm I'm from the
Yeah, that
government.
was
I'm here to help.
Ronald
Ronald Reagan.
Reagan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan. The most feared words in the English language. Absolutely. And he's right. Um yeah, it's just I don't know, man. I've actually, you know, look, I come from a different era, right? Like I don't know I know I don't look that old, guys, but I mean, I remember vividly power going out for days and it was just not being a big deal. We had candles and we had blankets and we had, you know, whatever we needed. You know, we had a few flashlights with batteries, Coleman lanterns, white gas lanterns, you know, all of the we just had that stuff. And it just wasn't a big deal if the power went out. I remember that milk jugs were a thing that never got thrown away in my house because they could be cleaned out and turned into water jugs. And they're behind the toilet in my house growing up. There was a row of gallon jugs of water so that you could flush the toilet if the water went out, right? Or you could drink it, but you know, but it's a really interesting thing how absolutely horrendously dependent upon modernity most people are. It's very interesting to me anyway. It's probably a study of futility. But we talked. We were going to talk about. Somebody asked me about books earlier, and I'm gonna change the subject. So there's two books I meant to bring them out here with me that I think that most people who want to deal with and help young men specifically should read. Now they're both really old. They're from like the 40s and 50s. It's The Worth of a Boy by Campbell Loftmiller, and then and now I can't remember the name of the other book, Wilderness Road, which was written about Campbell Loftmiller and his camps in Texas. And they're really great reading for people who want to understand how to deal with young men from an era that's gone by, but with the same problems that we have today, similar problems. So, yeah. Yep. 16 days without power from a hurricane. That's interesting. Yeah. I guess that's the thing. I lived in Colorado for a while and we'd had the power go out for 2 or 3 days because of snowfall. But you know, fortunately I lived in a very modern neighborhood with all the lines buried underground so that they didn't ice up and break. But not, you know, I'm assuming other houses didn't have that luxury. Here we have them ice up because we have power lines, and we'll have them occasionally ice up and break and take down the power lines, and that's a bad time, but it's very interesting. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's all true. 16 days. That's cute. Yeah. I don't know. I think this is a good discussion. Anson, I think, man, we've covered a lot, man. I'm really glad we had the talk. I'm glad we had the kind of the mini debate over the death penalty. That was fun. That was really good, and it was good
Y-
faith.
Yeah, yeah, no, I enjoyed it. You know, I've had these conversations a bunch of times. I usually do this kind of stuff in person. I don't much do
Mhm.
the stuff online. You know, I like, you know, the passion of arguing with somebody when you're right in their face. But this is all right.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I just match energy with energy. So if you yell at me, I'll yell back at you. If you're chill, I'll be chill. Whatever, you know.
Yeah.
I'm not emotionally invested in any of this. So, you know,
Yeah.
as the great Mr. Limbaugh said, when the show's over, it's over.
Yep. Well, hey,
Uh,
I've got a suggestion for you.
sure, man.
Since you like to read,
I do.
there's a really good book called Conceived in Liberty, by
Okay.
Murray Rothbard. Conceived in Liberty, and it's a history of how the United States formed, um, from a, I guess, an alternative perspective of the details of how the transactions actually occurred, and the grifting that was done by our founding fathers.
Well, I'm never surprised at the amount of grift that in anything, especially in government. Volumes 1 through 4.
Yeah, number 4 is my favorite.
Okay. All right. Hardcover. Yeah. Okay. I'll order those.
Yeah.
So, but great. Yeah, I do like to read. I actually read a fair amount, and I also I just study a lot. I'm a weird dude, and I've always been a weird dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, hey, you have a good night. I'm gonna sign out. Your show is good, man. I'm a big fan, and
Oh, great, man. Yeah, we're gonna be ramping it up, and tonight I was a little off. I'm tired, and I've been messing with my system all day, so I'm a little off tonight, but I'll over the next couple of days I'm gonna really well, tomorrow night's show I think will be really good, so we'll
yeah,
see how that goes. And it was great having you on. I think that was it was great. I enjoy having intelligent guests on that can, especially that have not necessarily a completely different view, but a somewhat different view than what I have, in such a way that it makes sense. So
yeah. All right,
it's
man.
great.
You have a good night. Thanks.
All right, Anson. Thanks so much, man. All right, that was Anson. Great. What's the old saying? Society's only 3 missed meals away from chaos. When that's probably not far off. That's for sure. All right, guys. So yeah, that was great. Kind of slow in a couple places. Look, I know all of you guys that hung around for all of that. You guys are champions, because that I kind of geeked out there a little bit. So it wasn't the best show, and of course, Kat's eyes rolled back in her head. She became lethargic and decided to go do something else. So it's all kind of interesting stuff, right? Interesting to me, anyway. Um, there we go. And yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. So tomorrow night on the show, first of all, I'm gonna get some sleep. Got a lot of stuff going on tomorrow. Tomorrow night, I think our subject's gonna be. I don't know. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I actually don't like to say too far in advance. Um, I kind of wanted to get away from the whole based flopical discussion and all of the rest of the drama that's been going on over the past few days. Um, I think I am going to take Andrew's advice and move towards the um, more political discussion like we had tonight. More discussion, some light debate. I actually really enjoyed the debate with Anson. Um, he argued in good faith, and it's going to be good. Is there a regular schedule? My schedule's really regular. I don't know if you're speaking to me or not. Is that for me? Or is that for Mr. Bolay? I don't know. Yeah, the schedule for the show hasn't changed. Um, so the show will always be, for now, until whenever I can, until something happens for me to change it. I do the day shift on Mondays and Thursdays from noon until about 2. Sometimes I'll go long, but usually um, I try not to go too long during the day. We have pushed it out to about 3, but 3 o'clock is probably as far as I can go on Monday and Thursday shows. On um, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday nights, I start at 8:05 and I go until whenever. Like tonight, we're at 4.5 hours in. That's about an hour before I would normally end it, but I'm tired tonight and I need to get some sleep, so I'm gonna probably cut it out early tonight. Um, and then I may I may start doing a Monday night show. I don't know yet. It is summer, so I have a little bit more free time, but I still have a lot of responsibilities. I have a lot and I'm trying to finish my airplane. So got to do that. But yeah, that's the schedule, Arthur Dia. It's currently Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday night, and I do those shows. I have considered on Sunday and Tuesday nights doing a watch party stream for whatever, at least the first few hours of whatever. I can't watch the full show anymore. So um I've considered doing a watch party stream for whatever. And I did like a voice chat or something about a week ago, and it was okay. It worked out pretty good, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It's hard to do um the watch parties because it's hard to listen to what's going on in the show and then discuss it amongst each other. It's very strange. So I've considered adding a couple more day shift shows, but right now I just don't think I'm going to. So yeah, I know a watch party would be great, but it's just it's I have to figure out how to do it a little better because it's hard to talk over, it's hard to listen. It's just kind of an interesting deal. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, based has it down. Yeah, that's it. A morning shift? No, dude. I mean I could, but not it would be pretty terrible if I tried to do a morning shift. So yeah, Andrew, it's interesting because I think Andrew's chat is better than whatever's chat most of the time. Maybe it's not, but most of the time I think it is. Jess will yell at me if she's still in the audience. So we'll see that. But- So was the bot timing people out for doing caps? Is that what it is? Maybe I need to hang on. Let me see what I can do to change that. While I've got you guys here. Let's see what the bot is doing. So let's see this. Yeah, it's got a 30-second timeout. So once it recognizes you guys as a regular, it will it should stop timing you out. And I'm gonna add membership. So if you become a member, oh, I should talk about that. So coming up, guys, I was hoping to do it tonight. Unfortunately, I just didn't get it. I didn't get it done, so it'll be probably maybe tomorrow night if I can get it. Get all my tech issues solved. I've got memberships coming. We're going to do 3 levels: $4.99 a month, $9.99 a month, and then $14.99 a month, and just varying levels of access and whatnot. I'm thinking about doing. It's been suggested I do like a super level. Um, the for a higher price with some extra stuff. I don't know if I'll do that. I've also got merch coming. I'm working on that right now. I've got hats, hoodies, a couple of different shirts, t-shirts in the long sleeve right now. All with the Grid One Motorsports logo. I don't really have an Unreasonable Man logo per se, but I do have a Grid One Motorsports logo that I've had forever. So I'll do that. And so that'll be live maybe next week. I don't know. I'm still working on it. It's a lot of work, man. It's a lot of stuff. I don't understand how people just do this in like 2 days and get it all running. It must just be really basic stuff, because it's to get my logos that I paid for logos years ago, right? For the race team, they're mine. Nobody else has them as far as I know, and if they do, they're ripping me off. But, I've got to send those logos out as vector files, and then they send me back proofs, and it's a back and forth and back and forth. It's a lot of work. I don't understand how people just go on to like Spotify, and the next thing you know, they got a store with merch in it. That's crazy to me. And yeah, so yeah, most people probably have a staff, and I've had a lot of people offer to help for free. The problem is that a lot of this stuff that I would have somebody um try and do for free is stuff that I feel like I should that if anybody's going to do it for free, I need to do it for free. I mean, I appreciate the offer of help, but I can, I'll spend the time, I'll do it, but it is what it is. So we're going to be, we got some changes coming down. I'm going to continue to refine the show. I think the next step is I'm going to change the format a tiny little bit to where, and it'll only be in the format of the show. It won't be anything, we're going to have a little bit more political content. I think everybody's figured that part out. We're going to also do a, we're going to kind of segment the show so that it flows a little better, and it makes it easier for me. I'm getting a suggestion to rename the bot something other than me, uh, other than the weapon of mass destruction. Um, yeah, I don't know. It's just weird how the bot was. I wasn't able to like just pick a name for it, so I'll go back in and try that, and maybe I'll give somebody else to do that. A gold coin, maybe that might be something doable. You know what would be doable? I had a company in Asia that was doing. Um, I had a company in Asia that was doing coins as business cards, and it had all my business card information on it, and it had the logo and everything on it. But it was a coin, like a challenge coin, like a military challenge coin, and not a not a business card. So Governor. That's funny, Kevin. I appreciate that. I'm not getting the U.S. Mint to do anything. Yeah, I think maybe it could do copper, but we'll see. I'll look into that. I did have and I had a customer who introduced me to those, who had the coins as business cards. So that was, yeah. I'll look into that again and see what I can get done there. So maybe patches. I like patches. Clover tack. I really liked Clover tack's puffy patches that he had. So I may have to get into that. Maybe some other cool stuff. So we'll see what we can do. And I have to be honest with it. With the we got about 30 people in here right now. The core group of people who come in, um, the core group that comes in here all the time, you guys are the best. You're very welcoming to other people. You interact well with not only with each other but new people or whatever. I haven't seen anybody trolling or being just complete jackasses, and I have to say that I'm really impressed with that because it's very distracting when I'm up here talking and trying to make a point and to look over at the chat and see people yelling at each other. And so I give everybody gets a W over there, right? Like everybody gets a W for that because it is um it's rare, I think, to have the core group of people not be dicks. Chief Wahoo, everybody says dumb shit, but I'm just saying, nobody goes out of their way to be an ass. And we've all, trust me, we've all been in channels where the chat has a couple of trolls that just troll, 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 troll. I usually call those guys out. I will, because I get that on whatever's channel. I get that on, to some degrees, Andrew's channel, and I'll be like, "What'd you say?" Or something like that. But I really happy with you guys, and the way you guys, are welcoming to everybody that comes in. The core group seems awesome. And the cat simping, yeah, I forgot to tell everybody she's almost 50 tonight. I forget about that all the time. Yeah. Yeah, the regulars are a good group. So it's really good. So so that's actually, yeah. So there is a way I can do a command where the mods can put exclamation mark. I think I can do it to where it says exclamation mark simp and the name, and just tag them, and it'll give them a 30-second timeout or a 60-second timeout. So yeah, that is possible. I'll work on that. I will work on that because that's a great idea. That's a great idea. I like that a lot. So, does anybody have anything that they would like to discuss? Any topics that I just kind of blew through and didn't answer to your satisfaction? Kat is very nice. I'm tough on her, but I'm tough on her with reason. Yeah, that's exactly what it'll look like. The way that numismatics is did that. That's exactly what it'll look like, and it will. And I think I can make the bot time people out, so the mods can time out simps. Absolutely, yeah, it should be done. Bump stocks. No, we didn't. Clover and I were not able to get into our 2A discussion. It's been a great week for 2A. I'm gonna give him a link and get him up on here before I go. I'm gonna pop open another can of soda, and we'll get him in here because it's been a great week for the Second Amendment and freedom lovers everywhere. So we need to talk about that. Sorry, I got really, really into talking with Anson. I apologize. It's really so I really enjoy having an intellectual or back and forth. So, you know, I have a unique perspective on this. Wait until we'll wait till Clover gets in. There he is. The man, the myth, the legend.
The intellectual talk's fucking over now that I'm here. I'm just
Yeah. Now we're just going straight Cro-Magnon man.
shall I be infringed? Shall I be infringed?
That's right. That's right.
Cold dead hands, all that good stuff.
Cold dead. I love that saying. You can have it when you pry it from my cold dead hands.
Yeah, just who said it? And then it was the NRA and bleh. But yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
He was
Yeah.
holding a musket when he did it, which is kind of dumb, but okay. But I'm from the state of come and take it too. So
Yeah. I'm from the volunteer state where we go other places to destroy people.
mm-hmm. All right,
Mhm.
right.
Yeah. Wouldn't be a Texas without Tennessee volunteers. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
So we have to talk about what a week and a half. Really.
Right.
But what a week for the Second Amendment. What a tremendous amount of win
Yeah.
that we've had.
Yeah, it's been pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah.
I actually ordered yesterday. I'm pretty sure it was yesterday. I bought it'll be here Tuesday. I bought my very first pistol brace. I've never been a fan of pistol braces. I have never owned one. I've got SBRs, and I had SBRs before pistol braces were ever a thing, so I was already on the list, quote unquote list. So I've just never pistol braces never really interested me that much. Personal thing, we should no brace. So I got on yesterday, bought my first pistol brace, which was the factory brace for that X-Star. So looking forward to getting that in and putting it back into the configuration it was made to be in, right?
Yeah. So I was never a pistol brace guy. I just did SBRs. I just didn't see the point. And it was one of those things where I was like, if I'm gonna do it, right, I'm gonna do it right.
Yeah, well, aesthetics is one of the reasons I never did. For me to get
That's
into a pistol brace to me that looks good is
Mm-hmm.
they're very, very expensive. They're
Yeah.
$250, $300 or something, and
Yeah.
that's just silly to me when Magpul MOE stocks $30 or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like
And an SBR is and a stamp's $200.
you can literally get a stamp, and that's not a very good argument to hey, I'm going to comply with the NFA, but and I realize that, but yeah, you can get a stamp for what you can get a good pistol brace or a good looking pistol brace. So
Yeah. So I sympathize with that, and I'm gonna bring something up here in just 1 second. And so do you know who James Tarr is?
maybe not. I mean,
Dude, you got to read his books. He's a gun author. He's a shooting author.
James Tarr.
So this is
TAR?
Huh?
Just TAR?
Yeah, James
Or
Tarr.
double R.
TARR.
Double R.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know that dude.
Yeah, he's cool.
I've never read his books, but he looks familiar.
Yeah. Well, he's a gun writer and has been for a long time. You need to get him on your show. You need to get him on your show.
Yeah.
And James is he's a cool dude. So he actually just he was showing off pictures of his double stamp HK today. What I've got pictured here is this is my this is one version of my truck gun. This is an 8.5-inch upper on a brace, and it's a Deadfoot Arms brace.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
and which is, as you said, I think it's $200 and something
See,
for
I
that
don't mind
thing.
that one. I like that one. I think that one looks pretty good.
Yeah, and the gun will fire with the brace collapse because it's just that that cap there that has the buffer in it, right?
Yeah.
And
Ain't nobody
and
holding it based. We're good.
yeah, no, we're good. But so it's a and I have it. I normally do this with a 10.5 inch.
That's a short buffer. You don't have any issues with it?
No, it runs
Really?
so good.
Really?
You got to
Oh,
get
okay.
one, dude. Deadfoot Arms, if they still make it, you got to get one. I'm telling you,
I
it's
know the guys at Deadfoot. They're good guys.
they are good guys. And dude, it is.
I like their Boba Fett or their Mandalorian or whatever version that they've got with all the Cerakote and stuff. I've got a picture somewhere because I've got a Boba Fett wallet, and I've got a picture somewhere. I forgot what I had. I had a Mandalorian patch, and I had 2 or 3 things Mandalorian at the time, and I want to say it was at SHOT Show, and took a picture with all that stuff and their Mandalorian version or Boba Fett version or whatever you call it. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, it was a very interesting time when I bought that brace because I actually bought it because I had um at the time I have 2 AR-15 lowers that are SBR'd,
Mhm.
and I was just changing parts around, and I've got and I can't think of who makes that thing, but it's a very similar setup, but it's a stock,
Mhm.
and I normally keep that I keep that lower on a 16-inch 300 blackout, but I've occasionally put my 10.5 inch on it, and because it's legally an SBR,
Mhm.
and it's one of the it's I like it, but I just wondered. I was like, man, maybe I ought to get a brace and just see what this pistol thing's all about.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
I have like 4 braces now, 4 or 5 different types,
I've got
including an
2.
original
I think
SIG
I've got
brace.
2. Yeah, I've got 2. I think I've got 2. The one coming will be the third. My opinion hasn't changed. I still don't particularly care for them. Like I said, the ease of which you can just get one and put it on there, especially now, and you have been able to do it for a while with the injunction. If you were the member of pretty much any organization or a resident of the state of Texas and other things. Um, but
So what
yeah. Anyway,
just so that
bump
and you'll do a better
stocks,
job of explaining this. We've got a couple of guys who have asked exactly what
the bump stock thing.
exactly what laws came through.
So I don't remember how many days ago it was. So we got 2 different things. We've got one, and I get the courts confused.
Mhm.
I'm a gun tuber. I'm not a 2A channel.
Right.
So I obviously I do work with 2A organizations and a lot of other stuff, but I don't eat, sleep, breathe that stuff necessarily. Um, and I don't have any of the briefings or anything up in front of me. But the pistol brace issue was not a Supreme Court related issue. Um, that was was it a district court? I believe so, because it would have went to like the Fifth Circuit had they
Mhm.
not dismissed it. So I believe it was a district court, and I want to say out of Fort Worth here in Texas, that
Mhm.
vacated the pistol rule. So basically, or pistol brace rule,
Mhm.
handgun brace, stabilizer brace, whatever they're calling them.
Yeah,
Uh,
Fifth Circuit. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So anyway, basically they vacated that, and for in case you don't know what that means, is the both um, the both sides wanted a summary judgment, which means, hey, let's not take this to
Yes.
trial. We think our merits are good enough, pretty clear we're going to win. And so what they did is they granted the um, plaintiffs and
Mhm.
they denied the defendants, which the government was the defendant, of course. The it would be the Department of Justice, I'm guessing, right?
It was
It,
ATF directly, I thought.
was it that one was the ATF directly?
I
Okay,
believe it was ATF directly. Yeah.
okay, okay.
I could be wrong, but
Either way, it was the government. Doesn't matter.
yeah, the
Either way, it
.gov.
was. Yeah. So that effectively just kicked all that out. So
Mhm.
now, does that mean that the ATF can't come back and try some? And I'll get into my thoughts on this in a minute. But does that
Yeah.
mean the ATF can't come back with pistol braces and try something again? They can, because they have in the past. So they've when you're talking pistol braces or bump stock, either one. There's been proposed rules and a lot of back and forth with the ATF for good Lord, what, good 10 years now, probably at least.
Mhm. Yeah.
But I don't know that that's going to be the case. And I actually mentioned that on your show, what, a week ago or something now, or at
Yeah.
least a few days ago. So fast forward, I guess, to today, and we've got bump stocks that went all the way up to SCOTUS. And the SCOTUS decision was a 6-3 decision, which basically um, they say partisan lines, but I don't believe in partisan lines when it comes to the SCOTUS. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you believe in the partisan line theory, then yeah, sure. But basically, Roberts sided with what, Thomas and Gorsuch and um, Alito and Barrett, and who's the other one? The one that got all the trouble. Oh man, it's the one I don't like. Dang it. Anyway,
It's all right.
dang it. Who's the one? Somebody out there in the chat. Like, how can I not think of that dude? But anyway, the one that had such a tough time in the confirmation. Anyway,
Well,
I guess,
the one that Ballsy Ford.
yeah, the blonde headed dude or whatever.
Yeah.
Golly, I can't believe starts with a K.
Yeah.
Oh, how can I not think of it? I'm brain dead right now. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. So what was interesting about that is there was a lot of talk. If you heard those, if you watched Kavanaugh, thank you. I knew it started with a K. Thank you, Belay.
Yeah.
Kavanaugh, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then you had Kagan, Sotomayor, and Jackson, or Brown, on the other. So what was interesting about that particular one was it wasn't really, even though the arguments and all, and if you watch that or listen to that, it was interesting. That there was a lot of pressure on, exactly what previous legislation said, and the words used and technical definitions and a lot of other things. But ultimately, what it come down to was sort of the same thing as the pistol braces, in that it was a procedural thing.
Mhm.
So it's not like you're going to hear a lot of anti-gunners complain that the court said that bump stocks were protected under the Constitution, and that's not really where it went, because that wasn't really the argument so much as it was the ATF can't go in and arbitrarily just rewrite legislation. That is
Right.
not their job. They have to.
That was my
Yeah. And that was essentially the problem, both with the pistol braces and the bump stocks.
yes.
Now we do have, what is cool about it is we do have Supreme Court precedents now with this. Chevron deference, I think, is what they call it or whatever. And
Mhm.
that was actually set with like an EPA, I think, case there months or even a year ago or something now, which we thought that when that EPA case came down from SCOTUS, we thought, wow, okay, this bodes well for us, because this is a procedural issue similar to what we're working with this bump stock case. And that ended up sort of being the deal. What is discouraging is a lot of the misinformation. Like I said, the anti-gun element saying that the Supreme Court said they were constitutionally protected, and then also saying that, which I believe they should be, but that's neither here nor
Mhm.
there. It's not really what the arguments were about. But the dissenting justices there, it was really interesting with their dissenting opinions because they were focused more on there shouldn't be anything. You shouldn't have the capability. You shouldn't be able to put something on your firearm that makes it shoot faster. You shouldn't. You shouldn't. That was their dissent. And I'm like, well, hold on a minute. You're a justice on the Supreme Court of the frickin' United States, and you're using shouldn't as your opinion? Like the
Yeah.
Constitution isn't written for shouldn'ts. It's either you can or you can't, right? Like
Yeah.
there's no when you write a dissent that says or you make statements to the effect of should, like that almost should disqualify you as a justice, in my opinion.
Well, I think that they couldn't say anything else.
Well, they
Right?
can't because what are they going to do? The ATF obviously overstepped their bounds. We all know that. That's pretty much
Yeah.
on the face. The only thing they could possibly argue was to try to get into the mechanics of it. But if they knew what they were talking about, they couldn't even argue that because they really got into function of the trigger and a lot of other stuff. So anyway, that's essentially dead in the water. It's gone. Both of the things gone. So
Yeah.
bump stock's back on the table. Pistol braces back on the table.
So I have a
Now,
theory.
what's
Go ahead.
interesting? Yeah, let me
Mhm.
finish up with this real
Yeah,
quick.
yeah.
What's interesting is if you look at moms, if you look at Everytown, if you look at whitehouse.gov, if you look at the ATF, you look at all of their responses to this, the first thing they do, which is super disingenuous, folks need to keep this in mind, and I think it's also sleazy and maybe even immoral in some way, is they point to the Vegas incident, the Vegas tragedy,
Yes.
and they make claims that a bump stock was used. Well, we don't know that for sure. And not only do we not know that for sure, as far as paperwork, any government agency, any law enforcement agency has released information on that. If
Mhm.
you've ever used a bump stock and you've looked at the logistics of how that all went down, there's no freaking way that a bump stock was used. There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way. Also, and I don't even know if you can get footage, but people obviously filmed that when it was going down. And if you listen to that, it's pretty obvious that what was making that noise, um, you can't get a bump stock for that. And I don't want to get into, you know what I mean? I don't want to get into just a whole lot, whole lot of detail about that. But I don't know if you've seen that video back when all that happened and listened to that when they were saying it was a bump stock or not, Grid. But I was like, there's no
Well,
way
I
there's
actually
no way that's a rifle capable of taking a bump stock. There's no way.
so I was
It sounded belt
actually
fed.
well, right. So here's the thing. So I actually was in California at my house in Hayward when that happened. I was there that weekend. I remember,
Yeah.
and I knew people that were there at the concert, and they were supplying information to me, and I was posting it live, basically live to Cowguns while the incident was happening,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
they all said that it was full auto fire. Uh,
Hmm. Yeah.
one guy commented that it sounded like a saw, right? Like an
Hmm.
M249.
Yeah.
He said matter of fact, he said it sounded exactly like an M240.
Yeah. That
Or
kind of distance and the amount of casualties, there's no
yeah,
way it was 5.56. There's no way it
yeah,
was it was there was no way it was any intermediate cartridge that would be chambered in a rifle capable of taking a bump stock. There's no
yeah.
way. That's just logistically there's no way. Not and especially not that it wasn't some highly trained, you know what I mean? Like
Right, right. Well, and I actually did. I think they were all removed, but I did actually have some pictures that were um quickly removed, I think, from various press briefings where there were some pictures of the room, one of the rooms that the guy had or been
mhm,
in, and they had like none of it made sense because they were using like the what is it? It's the Surefire Beta Mag, the 60 round
Yeah.
Beta Mags, which don't fucking work, especially
Yep.
full auto. They
Yep.
always jam.
Yeah.
Like they just anybody knows anything. Like when I looked at what the pictures from the scene were, none of it made sense. There were not huge piles of brass,
Yeah.
which I mean,
Which
okay,
would
so
be
maybe
for
some
that.
of it went
Yeah.
out the window, but that doesn't make sense because if you're firing through a window, you'd have to be hanging out of it for your brass to go out the window, right? Like that's where the ejection port is. It just doesn't make any sense.
Depending on how it's flinging it, you know, it could
Yeah,
be the
but you're talking about full auto fire. That
yeah.
stuff's going to
No,
into
I
the
agree.
pipe,
It's
right?
my
Like,
point. My whole point with that wasn't to chase down the a conspiracy rabbit hole. My whole
no,
point was
I get
that
it. I'm just saying that
it's let's get
none of
back
it
to
ever made sense.
let's get
None of
back
it.
to facts here.
Yeah,
And
none of it ever
the
made
facts
sense.
are that
There was
they're utilizing this tragedy to their agenda first of
mhm,
all, and second they did in the past and they still are even with this ruling. And and the facts of this tragedy are there are no facts, unfortunately.
yeah,
Like we don't know. There has been no reports
right.
that come out and explicitly say that it was a bump stock or what caliber or anything else. To Arthur
Well,
Dea's point out there,
there's no
um,
inventory. There's
um,
never been an inventory
she was
released.
asking, is there a way to analyze, the gunfire? There's a way with them having access to everything at that scene, and not to mention the video and other things. They know. Don't get me. And that's what's so frustrating about why there's no factual information that's been presented by law
Right.
enforcement. It's because they know at this point. They know.
Well,
They're
they did
just
have
not.
people audio analyzing it, and they shut them all down because
Mhm.
they didn't want, because none of it adds up. None of it
Well, like
makes sense.
third party stuff. That's what I'm saying. Law enforcement hadn't released anything, and
Yeah,
I don't
no,
think they
yeah.
ever will. So that was part one. If you look at the statements from all the anti-gun, whatever elements, like I said, whitehouse.gov,
Yeah.
every town, moms, whatever. And then the second part, and I think this is the telltale with not only the pistol braces, but not only the bump stocks that we're talking about now, but the pistol braces. This is the telltale. Is every one of them allude to Congress needs to act now.
Mm-hmm.
So they're getting the freaking point finally that
Mm-hmm.
you can't usurp the way that things are supposed to go. You can't
Yeah.
have a 3-letter agency just arbitrarily change definitions or write things and whatever. And to get something that you would need to through Congress is going to be very, very difficult. There's going to have to be
Yeah.
supermajorities in both houses, most likely. Depends on how many Republicans you could get to flip. But supermajority in both houses, plus that particular what am I thinking? Political party president.
Yeah.
And so, what does that mean? That means, yeah, the fight's not over. I don't think it is much of a looming threat that we're going to see them gone after. But if they do get the opportunity to do something legislatively, it would not put it past. I wouldn't put it past them to try to
Well,
force something like that down our throat. And
I
it
do.
has happened. Obamacare, right? So
Yeah,
they have
but
forced
I
things
also
down our
think
throat
that
before.
so this is, and I'll share my opinion here. I mean, so first of all, one of the things that always bugged me about anytime they use the Vegas incident as a call to arms, if you will, against bump stocks is that they've never released an inventory of anything
Mhm.
that was removed, and so bump stocks are not necessarily. We don't know that they were there. Um, and I've used them. I don't need a bump stock to bump fire at all. I always
No.
thought that was really weird.
Yeah.
My son bump fired his double barrel the other day. Is over and under at a trap match. He actually, or he was shooting skeet, and he fired both barrels basically at the same time because he just wasn't holding the gun right,
Mhm.
and
Yep.
or maybe he was tired or I don't know what happened,
Yeah.
but
No. Yeah.
but that's a over under shotgun with actually not competition triggers. They're like pretty stiff,
Right.
but the gun just has to bump the right way,
Yeah.
and that's it.
No, you can totally
And
do it. But again, that wasn't the
that
argument.
wasn't the issue. That wasn't the
Uh,
argue. You're right. You're
but that
right. And
does go to Arthur Dea there. So it was she's saying so if bump stock can make the gunfire rates equivalent to a fully automatic,
which is not
they are protective. What's the rational that fully automatics can be illegal to have?
yeah,
That is a great question. Just keep in mind that the right now the consensus doesn't seem to be revolving around that they're protected. That's going to have to get fleshed out should Congress actually write legislation. That's about the only way we're going to be able to test that theory effectively, I guess, or whatever. Or in practice, right now, they're protected. I guess
Mhm.
you could say,
So
but we
let
don't
me
know that
throw
for
you
sure. But
let me
that is both of these are an unraveling of sorts of the NFA, which is great because we've got two, even though it doesn't really tie in to say, oh, they're protected or, oh, they should be legal. Um, you have two items that specifically go hand in hand with the NFA, which is machine
yeah.
guns, right? And short barrel. The
Yep.
only other thing is what? Well, there's any other weapons, of course,
Raptors, yeah.
but suppressors would be the only other one. And look at the common use with suppressors at this point, and look at and that's a win too, not recent, but that we could talk about with the wait times down and a lot of things like that. So the NFA is starting to unravel. I think you're starting to see the beginnings. Maybe it's overly optimistic, but I think you're starting to see them unravel. And if you think about it,
Yeah.
Trump is not Trump is not my guy. I'll vote Trump because I have to, right? But
Yeah.
the pistol braces and the bump stocks, both that we're talking about, happened under Trump.
Yeah.
So I've got me issues with the dude.
No,
Um,
the pistol brace came after.
no, it all started under him, unfortunately.
Did it?
The first wave, yeah, what they did is they started under him with the pistol braces, and they drafted the proposal in a way, and then something changed. They changed from the proposal that has to be put out to the public and the final rule. There was some administrative thing, something happened there that something changed, and they had to go back and do another proposal period. So like they did one before he left office and then one after he left office. And it was the second one that stuck. So
Yeah, I knew that it
they
didn't go into
attempted it.
effect while he was there.
And then let's be honest, why did Trump go in and have this is a side tangent that aggravates the crap out of me. Why would you as a president go in to office and not get rid of every three-letter agency department head that you know what I mean, the higher ups,
Yeah.
the brass, and replace
Well,
them with your own people? Why would you go in? And Trump never did that, right? So fault on his part for
Trump
that too.
Trump felt like it was a handshake deal's a handshake deal, and we talked about that earlier. I don't know if
Yeah,
you
but
were
with
in the chat, but
politicians and bureaucrats, that's not enough, unfortunately.
yeah. I think he learned his lesson there.
Yeah.
And let me throw this out there because I feel like that because when Trump handed down the bump stock thing,
Mhm.
so I'm gonna be like really more open than I normally would be about this. But when all that was going down, uh, Donald Trump Jr. was a customer at Mile High Shooting, which is a precision rifle store in Colorado. And I know the guys that run that, and they knew Trump Jr. And Don Jr. had a lot of sway over his dad,
Mhm.
and he's a huge 2A supporter. Trump Don
Don
Jr.
Jr. sits on the board of like the suppressor something kind of I
Yeah,
can't even remember what it is now, some type of organization for suppressors.
huge,
And yet we
huge.
still under Trump didn't get anything movement with suppressors. So
Right. Well, I don't think that we were going to, and I think that was
well,
um, Let me
Go ahead.
finish my thought.
Yeah. I just
So
want to say, go ahead.
yeah. So the thing is that, and I still firmly believe this. Actually, I think that the bump stock ban was such a reach that Trump. I personally felt like it was a grenade that Trump laid specifically to blow up in the ATF's face.
I
Um,
don't think so. The
just the way it
I
went
think the
down is
NRA
my concern.
used Trump in a way the same that the NRA used
Yeah,
Reagan in '86. Now, that's not to take any fault off Trump, just like I'm not going to take any fault off of Reagan.
so
But I think the NRA
don't
played him, and I
disagree.
think the NRA played that card because because of obvious reasons later on with the court battles and the other stuff that they've been through, they were trying to deflect off of them. They were looking for brownie points.
Mm, so I don't know that the NRA is that smart. As a matter of
Oh,
fact,
mate.
Wayne
Yeah.
LaPierre was in charge then, and he
Yeah, but
um,
that's a sneaky dude, man. So I've got great insight because Jeff Knox. I'm sure you're familiar with Jeff Knox. If not, you're familiar with Neil Knox, who tried to get
mm,
Wayne out. Neil Knox was in the NRA forever. Jeff Knox is a good friend of mine, so I know vast amounts of behind the scenes history with the NRA,
yeah, we got
and
cheated in the way
uh,
at the convention. So
and so the things I think things will get better. That seems to be the sentiment from most everybody that's plugged in. Now, outside looking in, I get it. I get the skepticism, and it's going to take a while. It's going to take a long time before
I
the
just
NRA
I don't think the right guy. I don't
can
think the
gain
right
that
guy.
trust.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
don't
I
think.
think the right combination of things are happening. That I
Mm,
think that just because because the guy that's in now is technically one of Wayne's yes men. However,
mhm.
he was not one of Wayne's worst yes men, and
Well,
he's
the
getting
game
to
of
the
inches,
point,
I guess.
and it's getting to the point he's getting surrounded by a bunch of reformists. So if
Yeah,
he is surrounded by a bunch of reformists, maybe he legitimately changes his ways. He said he's changed his ways, basically. He's
yeah,
he's saying he agrees with the reformists. So, you know, all we can do is wait and see, right? If he turns into
yeah,
another Wayne or if he actually goes along with that. Um, the Trump thing, though, where I was going
yeah,
with
yeah,
that was being optimistic, looking back at all of these anti-gun elements, saying Congress needs to act. So what we've
hmm
got to do is we've got to be vigilant in making sure that the political balances of power and whatnot, i.e., we have to vote and get the vote out, um, to try to keep it to where you don't have those super majorities. You don't have a blue wave, so to speak. Um, and so I think that a couple things, and this is being really optimistic. I'm hoping um, that it looks likely Trump is going to get elected, is going to win. I'm hoping that since he is going to be lame duck, I'm hoping that he really puts the pedal to the metal and the hammer down, and like I don't give a shit. I'm going to get stuff done, and goes through and literally gets takes care of weeds out the ATF. If he can do that and he can get the economy back on track and he can do all of a lot of other things, basically what he did first term, all the good things he did on the first term ramped up to 11 plus some. And if he can do all
yeah,
of that, because he doesn't have to worry about a reelection, right? So he doesn't have to
hmm
worry about that. So he's freed up from that, which I think is good. I think that could bode well for potentially a red wave in the midterms and setting up his predecessor, whoever that might be,
sure.
for the next cycle.
Yeah,
So
I
that
agree with that.
so that hopefully we're in a good position and can continue to move this ball forward um, for a while.
Sure.
That's my hope, and that's being
Yeah.
really optimistic. I get it, but right now
No,
here
I think
with
that's
the
real. I mean, I think it's realistic. I mean, it may be a little optimistic, but I think it's
yeah
realistic.
yeah
I just feel like that because I was watching that whole thing go down with Trump and the bump stocks and how he waffled back and forth on it. And there is some merit to what you say that
I don't think he understood them either, to be quite honest with you.
well, I know that he didn't, because
Yeah.
I talked to Don Jr. slightly about it when I was at Mile High.
Yeah.
I was a little starstruck, but it's all right. And he bought like $10,000 worth of long range gear that day. It was like crazy. And but and I'm like, what's going on, man? You're really, he's a big hunter. You're into this. It's like, yeah, my dad's into guns. He enjoys them. He's he doesn't have anything against it.
Mhm.
I'm like, okay, but that's not what's happening. And then of course he's like, well, I can't really talk about what my dad does. It's what it is. And
Yeah.
so, and the guys at Mile High Shooting, of course, were not willing to jeopardize a client like that to be all, I couldn't grill the guy. But I
So
really
for
feel like that. I really feel like that, and I always felt like that Don Jr. had Trump's ear when it came to the gun stuff. And I personally think that
he's
Don
at
Jr.
every event.
Yeah,
Don Jr. is at every major like trade show and things like that.
yeah. And I
Always.
feel like that Don Jr. wants the ATF to go away. I think that he really is one. I think he's one of those guys that my impression. Now, come on. Now, this is like, we're talking like 10 minutes here, right? Like this is a 10-minute impression of a dude. I just don't. I feel like the way he talked about the ATF's the way I talk about the ATF is like it's the dumbest thing ever. Like it needs to go. Like there's no reason for it to exist. And I just get that feeling. I could be wrong. I mean, I've been wrong.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. I think our state agencies are plenty capable enough of handling the vast majority. So like I've said a lot of times at the government level, with whether that's the DOJ, whether that's the ATF, the EPA, the USDA, the whatever. I'm not saying there's not a role for a federal coordination presence, but these big bloated bureaucracies that they have become is bullshit. That needs to go. I don't mind an office of 10 people at the ATF, right? Or not be the ATF, but you get what I'm saying. EPA, DOJ, an office of 10 people, a director, a secretary, a couple of field agents for various regions, however you want to break it up, that help states coordinate. I'm fine with that. But this far-reaching, overreaching, bloated bureaucracy, hell no.
I agree, and I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I've been, I've been thinking about this a long time because I really I can't think of any good reason the ATF exists anymore. I don't know that there's any justification for them to exist.
They do a good job at keeping the dog population down, right? So
yeah. No, you got me there. You got me. That
was a joke.
I know. And you got me. You're right. They do that. They're just like a box of chocolates that kill your dog. And I get it. I understand where you're coming from. But I just so the thing is that it almost worked, right? Like the ATF's existence is being questioned now. Like it really is.
Well, why do you need CIA, NSA, FBI, ATF, DHS? What in the world? Like, why do you need 15 law enforcement related? Why?
Why does the ATF need their own strike force?
Right.
Like, if all you're doing is regulating attacks, why do you need a strike force? Why do you need powers of arrest? You're not supposed to arrest people for not paying a tax. That's actually the thing that the ATF had to admit, and the judge called them on it, and they backed off and kind of, I think that's kind of why we're probably going to end up winning a bunch more against them,
Oh, I think so. Yeah.
because the um they told the Texas judge that the reason that they can't, or the reason that that they have to maintain control of the suppressors, and that Texas cannot issue their own suppressor, or deregulate suppressors, is
Mhm.
because the tax must be collected first, and then if they want
Yeah.
it, whatever,
Yep.
it's fine.
Yep.
But
That
then
has. Yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, but they had to admit that that's not what happens. They not only do they have to pay the tax, but they've got a background check. It takes a very long time, and the thing that, and this is why I think the suppressor, the Form 4s have been going through so fast, is because the number one complaint, which is documented over and over again, hundreds of pages, was that it would take a year to get a tax stamp back, a simple tax stamp. And there's no justification for it. And so that's why I think that all of a sudden they ramped up to where it's 48 hour turnaround, which is probably what it should have been for the last 40 years.
Yeah.
And it just hasn't been. So
Well,
it's
not only with the Texas suppressor thing, but what I was going to say, the tax stamp issue, and as that relates to getting thrown in jail for a tax, that's been a part of the pistol brace thing as well. So that's been an angle that
yeah.
could have been played for a long time. I think that we're starting to see some really good coordination. I think we're starting to see some people now in some of these organizations. I've seen somebody mention the Second Amendment Foundation, the Gun Owners of America, and the Firearm Policy Coalition, which are the top three dogs for sure right now on things. I think we've started to see some people in the um, what would you call it? The lawsuit, the legal
Mhm.
side of those organizations. I think you've gotten some people in there that are really, really, really good and really motivated, passionate about taking
Mhm.
things down. And up until the last 10, 15 years, we really haven't had those organizations have been around a long time. We just haven't had the right people in those positions in those organizations to really take the fight to them. Because we know that the government's arguments on all of this gun control legislation, and especially in a post-Bruin world, with that decision, the government has
Bruin
very, very
really
little to
hurt
stand
all
on.
of them.
They've got very
Bruin
little
just
to stand on.
wrecked
Very
them.
little. Yeah, yeah. And
Bruin wrecked.
now especially now since Bruin, we're starting to see those organizations really hammer things on the Bruin side.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, Arthur Day out there, real quick. I heard her mention something about um, could they even do legislation now that the Supreme Court has said anything? The legislative body, Congress, can pass whatever they want, and the president can
Yeah.
sign whatever they want. If they want to pass something, say that nobody can have Mickey Mouse memorabilia anymore, like they can 100% go do whatever stupid crap they want to write up and pass, they can do it regardless of what anybody says or whatever.
Yeah.
The thing is, if there's some precedent set in the court, they likely won't, because of the fear of going through all of that and then the court striking it down anyway, unless they've packed the court, and we got to be really careful with that too.
Yeah,
Um,
I see that when you were talking about the supermajority and all of that. See, I feel like, and I feel like this is being held up, is that it doesn't really matter what they pass. Well, first of all, let's just admit that Congress has ceded its authority to the Supreme Court for the last 30 years,
mhm,
right? Like
yeah,
they don't pass actual laws anymore. And so since that's the case, even if Congress passed a law tomorrow and said that all the bump stocks are illegal, the pistol braces are illegal, they're now been added to the NFA itemized list, and these, all of this stuff. Even if they did that, there would be an injunction against it so fast
Yeah.
that you couldn't even get the paperwork filled out to turn anything in.
So it's a
They wouldn't even have a plan for anyone to turn anything in. There wouldn't be a place for you to turn it in because it would literally be that fast. And once they had the injunction and then a court case, I mean, it would be the same thing that happened with the pistol brace. I never got rid of I never even took my
Yeah.
pistol brace off because why? Why would I do that? I didn't care.
Yeah, exactly.
And so
Well, so it's all political theater.
it is. Yeah,
All
you're right.
politicians suck.
Yeah.
Until which point you're sworn in as a politician, you might be a pretty decent person, but all politicians suck, every one of them.
Yeah.
And so,
Except Brandon Herrera.
well,
Brandon Herrera, he's okay.
well,
The rest
yeah.
of those guys outside.
Well, anyway, we shall see. That's my problem. Is Mr. Smith goes to Washington or what? I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
such a
No, you're
corrupt
right.
thing,
You're
right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
why I say basically go under the assumption all politicians suck and you'll never be
Yeah.
disappointed. Anyway,
Very true.
so here's the play, right? And this is how the sausage is made, and it's gross. But here's the play. So Congress, basically two-party system, which again that sucks too. But let's just say it. The Democrats go, oh, we can't do anything because of the Republicans, even though they have complete power a lot of times. And then the Republicans go, we can't do anything because of the Democrats, even though they have complete power a lot of times. Meanwhile, the president will direct these bureaucracies to do things, right, that are unconstitutional because it usurps Congress, which Congress is okay with because that takes the heat off them so they can get reelected. Because they can go, oh, we didn't have any part in that. That was that other side.
Yeah.
And then the courts have to sort it out. That's the game that's been played in this country for decades now. You're absolutely right about the usurping Congress. But it's not that any one branch is guilty. It's a coordinated political partisan effort to do that.
Yep.
Which sucks.
Arthur Dyer, the way the tax stamp works is back in 1932.
Well, first of all, it's a tax stamp from the DOJ. It's not a tax stamp from the IRS, which is interesting.
Yeah.
So you're paying a tax to the DOJ.
Back in the 1930s, 32 to be exact, they passed what was called the Gun Control Act, and it was specifically aimed at taking fully automatic weapons off the shelves of your local gun stores so that, in theory, bank robbers and other would-be ne'er-do-wells would not be able to get their hands on them. And it worked, kind of, but not really. But there was a time when you could walk into your local gun shop and buy a Thompson submachine gun or a Browning automatic rifle or
build it or bring it back from a war or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you could buy a lot of these things.
Literally
right
mail
off
it
the
from, say, Germany home.
Yeah.
Like literally.
Well, that was in 46, so that technically wouldn't have been, but
well, you get what I'm getting at.
Yeah. And but your Lewis gun, your Browning automatic rifle, the fully automatic 1911s, those were a thing.
Those were the days, man. Just have a catalog. Can you imagine, like a Sears catalog, just sitting in your recliner, and just trying to show up at like Amazon next day shipping?
And so what would happen is that, or what did happen is I forget which organization it was, but it was like a prohibition type organization. Basically got together and they said, hey, we got to get these guns out of gun stores. And they wanted originally the only guns they originally wanted to ban, believe it or not, were handguns and machine guns. They didn't care about anything else.
Enter the NRA. Well, let me back up.
Enter the NRA.
Enter representatives from the NRA, not the
Yes.
NRA as a whole, because the NRA was basically a non-political thing up until 77. So
Yeah.
keep that in
That's
mind.
true.
It wasn't NRA as an organization. It was
Right.
higher ups in the NRA at the time. So yeah.
Yeah. So, and I'll get to this in just a second. So the NRA representatives, upper echelon, whatever, however you want to think of them, right? So these were like pretty well-to-do guys. They entered in and they said, we don't think that you can get it passed with pistols, which without pistols on the list, it was just, basically full auto weapons. And they didn't think it'd pass at all with just full auto, because why? Who cares? You're only removing one category.
Not that many people had them anyway.
And not that many people had them. And most, and the people who were, and they were stupid expensive. So so then they threw the short barrel rifle in very haphazardly. The laws written around that are just ridiculous. Like, why is it a 16-inch barrel, but a short barrel shotgun is an 18-inch barrel? And
then
why
the
is it
overall,
that
and
you
then the
can,
overall length matters compared to the barrel length.
overall
Why would it not just be one standard overall length, right? Like
both?
you
Yeah,
can't
they
have
both.
any gun with a stock over 20 inches or something,
Yep.
or
And
under 20 inches or some weird thing like that. Yeah,
yeah,
that would still be arbitrary, but it would make more sense to me.
yeah, sure. And so and then at the very last moment, they added suppressors to the list with the explanation that even though nobody actually had ever used one in a crime, as far as they knew, the Depression was coming up, or I guess they were in the midst of the Depression, actually. And they were concerned that because you have to remember, at this point in time, there were no Forestry Service, there was no park rangers, there was no state wildlife agencies at all, and so there were no game wardens. So basically, it was sold to the congressman as, this is how we protect our deer and other resources from being poached, because people could just go into the woods with these suppressors and shoot as many deer as they wanted, or shoot as many bears, or shoot cows off a farmer's ranch or whatever. And all of these very desperate poor people who were starving would somehow be able to manage to afford a suppressor and a gun, but they couldn't afford food. They could afford they could afford those luxuries, and then they would be and so they would be poaching, which had nothing to do with the stated purpose of the law, which was to prevent criminals from getting firearms, or a specific type of firearms. They even, and at that point, suppressors weren't even firearms.
Well, they're still technically, mechanically, they're still not, but on paperwork.
Yeah,
On the
paper. Yeah, they
on
weren't defined
paper
as a
is what you're
firearm.
saying.
Yeah,
You're
they
saying
were
on
not.
paper. Yeah.
Yeah, they were not defined as a firearm.
Yeah.
So that this gets ramrodded through in a very weird way. I forget. There's a story behind how this vote happened. I don't remember it, but I'm sure you can look it up.
And you can read all the committee transcripts as well. They're out there on the
Yeah.
internet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's a very interesting.
They're
the
hard to
way it
read.
happened
They're hard
is-
to read because of the way people talk back then.
Yeah.
But they are out there and you can read them.
And it's not like they just called a vote and it happened. It was like a lot of back and forth and horse trading and just all this stuff. Right? It's a very interesting story about how all this happened.
Yeah.
And the idea behind it being a tax was they couldn't ban the guns. And they knew that if they did, it was political suicide.
It wouldn't stand Supreme Court scrutiny, especially not at the time.
Yeah.
Because you got to realize now we've got basically 100 years of gun control that courts will rely on. which Bruin says they can't, but they still will. But back then, they had nothing to go on.
Yeah.
Nothing. So
Yep.
yeah, they were fearful of the courts for sure.
Right. And so they didn't want to, and they didn't want a loss on their belt. So what they did is they called it a tax, and they made it $200 because $200 back then was the price of a car. Like a nice
About
car.
it's between
And
3,500 and $4,000 nowadays, I think.
yeah. And
Equivalency. Yeah.
so $200 was a lot of money, especially just to own a firearm. It's like, back then, like a Thompson submachine gun was $45, which was still a lot of money,
Oh yeah.
but it wasn't $200. And so they assume, and so the tax was a I'm tired. I'm losing my train of thought. It was a deterrent to keep people from buying them.
Right.
And the tax stamp is just horse shit anyway, because in theory, you're supposed to keep that thing with you at all times.
Well, you got proof in that can be
Yeah.
done in a bunch of different ways, to keep
Right.
that with
But
you,
at the
yeah.
time, they didn't have even mimeograph. They didn't
Yeah,
have
this
any
is
of that.
this is
So
true. So you'd have to keep it. Yeah,
you
at
had
the
to
time.
carry it.
That's true.
Yeah.
Valid.
At
Yeah.
the time.
Yeah.
And now, of course, they pretty much accept like a miniature plastic covered thing you keep in your gun case. But in theory, that's not legal, and they can harass you for it. But nobody does.
Right.
Anyway, so nope. And so it's been that way since 1932. They've never tried to raise the cost of the tax stamp, because I feel like they know that if they
Oh.
do,
Open a can of worms.
it will literally open a massive can of worms, and none of this stands up to scrutiny.
They will open
And
a can of
this-
worms on the tax itself, and then that would
Right.
be problematic. Yep.
Right. And so they
Yep.
don't want any scrutiny. The fact that they fought these two laws, the brace and the bump stock, the fact that they and the Texas suppressor law, the fact that they fought those three cases so hard
Mhm.
is shocking to me.
Well, part of
Go ahead.
I was going to say part of the reason too that the pistol brace ended up failing was that amnesty, right?
Yes.
Because they opened it up and they said, "Oh, you don't even got to pay the $200."
Mm-hmm.
Remember that?
Yeah. I had friends of mine that
And
did that.
and that hurt.
That was not a good move. So they've never changed it. They knew it wouldn't withstand scrutiny. The government has literally avoided this subject as long as they could,
Mhm.
but it's coming home to roost, and it's a very unpopular thing.
So
Very unpopular.
so just some inside baseball on the NRA in '86 and the Firearm Owners Protection Act and the Hughes Amendment, which banned the manufacture basically of machine guns for civilian use post, or not civilian, commercial, I guess you could say, use post '86. That was an amendment that the NRA had their fingers in as well.
They drafted it, didn't they?
But here's the thing. So here's what's interesting. So Reagan should have said no. And it boggles my mind that somebody like Reagan didn't say no to this. But the inside baseball on this, and again, this has to do with some of my sources or whatever that's been around the NRA for a long time, was that the NRA was a backroom smoky deal with Reagan. And they said, "Oh, we want everything else in the Firearm Owners Protection Act," right? Which there's not really anything terribly bad in the Firearm Owner Protection Act itself, except the Hughes Amendment. It was some crappy thing they stuck in like they always do.
Mm-hmm.
They said, "Hey, don't worry about this because the Supreme Court will not allow this. The courts will not allow you to legislatively kill an entire sector, an entire industry, right? They won't let you." And it's going back to what you said about the Gun Control Act in 34, 32, whatever.
32.
Yeah. Um, how they were scared of the courts, right? Same thing in '86. The NRA said, "Oh, don't worry, go ahead and sign it." Not a lot of people knew about it or understood it anyway. Go ahead and sign it. We'll fight it in court, and we'll obviously win, right? To this day, the
Yep.
NRA has never fought it in court. So
Never.
the NRA bamboozled Reagan. Now Reagan should have been,
Yeah.
again, it's on Reagan too. Reagan should have been smart enough to know when he was getting played,
Yep.
and just done the right thing from the start, and
Well, and that's why
vetoed the stupid thing. But he didn't.
I do believe that that's why Trump banned the bump stocks, is because he was told by the NRA and to
Still
by
his
his
fault
son,
though. He should have done it. He should have done the right thing, right?
him and his
He should
I
have said,
thought I
"Piss
think
off!
that
I
they
ain't
were
gonna do that."
basically saying, yeah, I think they were basically saying, hey, we're gonna this will all come out, it's fine, we're gonna embarrass the ATF, and and you'll come out of this looking really good. So
And
and it
instead, they
happen
didn't do a
that way,
thing.
obviously.
They didn't lift a finger. But I
Yeah,
think there was some
and they never did.
cover. I think the timing is just really sus there, and so I think there was an element of they were trying to work the angle with him to relieve some of the scrutiny and stuff that was starting to get on them, because some of the whole Wayne LaPierre and the money, where's the money going, and some of all that stuff in the state of New York. Got to remember too, Trump's from New York, was starting to happen around that time. So really suspect.
Yeah. Cam the King, Sam answers your question right here. He says they don't expect us to protect ourselves because it's bad for political government. Guys, I have had a great time tonight. I've been a little tired, been a little slow.
I didn't expect to jump in. You were looked out of gas like over an hour
I
ago.
was tired. Yeah, I was
And
tired. I mean,
Boulay out there threw me a link. I forgot what y'all were even talking about. Something I was the death penalty. I think the death penalty thing, and I'm like, I'm not interested in jumping in on the death penalty thing. I'm really not. And I'm like, besides, Grid looks like he's about out of gas anyway. And then here we are over an hour later, and so.
Well, this was something that I meant to talk about early, and I just didn't get to it. I do think that we're ripe for reform with the ATF and some of the other three-letter agencies because they've outlived their usefulness.
So. Well, I think tonight the only thing more hated than the ATF might be WMD out in the chat. I'm just saying. Just saying.
I will keep hashtag
defund WMD. That's all I'm saying.
Look, everybody has a first day on the job. Okay, you guys are really tough on the lad. He just showed up for work. Poor WMD, the weapon of mass destruction.
He needs better training or something. He's mass destructed, all right, because he's indiscriminate as shit out there. I'm gonna tell you, I literally copied and pasted his warning.
I know,
who
did all that,
and he hid me. He timed me out for literally copying and pasting his warning. I'm like, that's just bullshit.
I wrote that warning. So it's on me, bro.
I did it just to see, because I was like, oh, this is going to be funny if he times me out.
Yeah, it was funny.
I'm like, oh, man, he timed me out, and I said exactly the same thing he did. Like, okay.
Yeah. Man, it's, I've got to, I'm still new at all of this stuff, and I'm, I'm doing the best I can with it, but sometimes it's just funny. And I actually had, had the bot like really set like super tight, and I've been loosening it up all night. But
as far as here's my recommendation.
Yeah,
for what it's worth. And I've been, I've been doing lives for a long time. You've got, and you mentioned it earlier, you've got a good core audience at this point that's out there.
Mm-hmm.
I would throw wrenches. I would get into the Discord and I would set my house rules.
Yeah,
this is what I want. This is what I don't want. This is curb this, zero tolerance on this. Set all that out with your mods and be done. As far as a bot modding things, like I don't know. I don't know that that's necessary for you, man. Now, if a bot doing other things, I get it, and I don't know if there's settings on that end. I know nothing
Oh yeah,
about what
no,
you're doing.
this is
But as
like
far as the
it's set
moderation of your
really
chat,
tight.
I
Yeah,
would take
it's
the
set really tight.
moderation just away from the bot completely, and
Well,
I would throw it over to my wrenches and be done. That way, you've got
I
the human element
hesitate to
there.
do that because what happened and we had this happen the other day. We had some guys in here who were trolling, who were just really causing some trouble, and the mods got to them, but we were down to I think we have one mod or two mods, and they just couldn't keep up with the nonsense.
Well, add
And
some
so
mods. You can have as many mods as you want.
I have a ton. It's just they can't all be on at the same time.
Well, I know they
And
can't,
so
but the more you have, the more odds you're going to have a few,
yeah.
you know.
So I
And then
had
you got to
the
have mods. Here's the thing. Sadly, and no offense to anybody out there that is a mod or that wants to be a mod, but I see
sure.
this all the time. There are people that all they want to do is fucking collect wrenches. They care nothing
Yeah,
about being a mod,
that's true.
right? They just want that notoriety of having that blue and the whatever in the wrench or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
so you got to be leery of those folks. But again,
Sure.
you've got really good people out there.
I have a really good staff.
And
Again,
then the
this
other
is
thing,
to back the staff up
I
more
ran
than
into
anything.
this with Josie's chat that night, that all the drama I think with Baste was going on, and it was people
Yeah.
coming on that was Sarah haters, Raging Tomato haters apparently
Yeah.
or something, because there was all these troll accounts with Sarah's name, and it was all, I forgot who else was helping me, but good Lord, it was all we could do to keep those. And I got to noticing that they were timing them out when they were straight up obvious trolls. They were throwing races. They were coming in with weird names that was a variation of Sarah every single time, and they were
Yep.
every single time they were throwing racial slurs. Well, that's obvious troll. That's not a real
Right.
person that's
Yeah,
just being rude.
just gotta get rid of them.
They need to be hidden from the channel, not timed out.
Right.
And
And
eventually you will hide out all of their alt accounts, and it will take them longer to, at least it will take them longer, right, to create a new account or do something.
sure.
And so at least you get that break, but you have to hide them from the channel. You can't time out with those. But you got to know that's a thing. So you got to
Yeah.
have been around the chats enough and to be able to pick up on those cues. And if
So
you do, here's the other thing too. If somebody does hide accidentally somebody from your channel, because I've had this happen on mine and a bunch of other chats too. If you have a mod that does hide somebody, essentially it's a ban. But they hide somebody, but there's no ban, technically no ban anymore on YouTube. It's called hiding them.
yeah.
But if somebody does it, you can go into your studio and you can always release that. So
Yeah.
if somebody gets whacked accidentally, as long as they can contact somebody through Discord or something and say, "Hey, what the fuck is up?" Okay, then you can go in and release it. It's not a big deal. You can correct it.
Yeah. I'm not worried about so my moderators are really pretty good, but again, when there's one or two in here, it just the other day I got really I felt bad for the mods because they were trying to do the stuff that I asked them to do, like spam the chat with you guys' channels, get people ready to come up on stage if we're doing that, which I don't know that we were the other day, but it doesn't matter. And they were doing all the things that the mods are supposed to do, and I kind of got like, these guys are getting kind of beat up, and I did actually I added like 3 or 4 mods. I got a
Yeah.
lot of mods now.
Yeah.
But I noticed that Glenn had a bot, and his bot knocks him out too, right? Now his bot, I think, is set. I mean, he's using a different bot than I am, but I just haven't got this one set up. It's set really tight, like it has almost a zero tolerance for all
Yeah,
cap,
it is.
right?
Good Lord.
And
Yeah.
I'll just loosen it up a little bit. I can go in there and tweak the settings. It's one of the interesting Stream Elements. It may be a bot Arthur Dye. I don't know. Stream Elements is a program that they use um to take dono chats and stuff. So it may be a bot. I don't really know. But the bot the big thing about the bot is that it will when it's set, it will be the one that spams the channels. It will be the one that you notice tonight that it would just like every 15 minutes
Yeah.
it gives out the
Okay.
information. And I can
Yeah.
set, I think I got that set a little tight too. I need to change that. Glenn's bot works really good. I just need to tweak this one up a little bit more. It's its first night on the job. Now
Yeah, it takes time.
I basically just did a few tiny things to it. It's going to get better. It also allows people like you can't post links in the chat. Well, if you tell the bot, then you can, right? And the bot will let that user post.
So in other words, you got to know the command to do it or something.
Yeah, the moderators will have a list of commands, and they can say
Nice.
like tonight. I forget who was able to post their link, but you just put whatever, and it. I forget what the command is. I'm tired. I'm punchy right now, but you do the command. The bot sees it, and it allows that user to post a link to a website or whatever, and that really helps out. And I'm going to do something for Simp. I'm going to do I'll do a command, where like Bay Street Racers doing the exclamation point Simp, and then you'll put whatever the username is, and it'll time them out for 30 seconds or 60 seconds, something like that. And the mods can have fun with that too. So I think the bot works. I think the bot's going to work pretty good once it's once it's set up, but I still have a lot of back end work to do, and I just and I do it all myself right now. So
Yeah.
so
I don't
probably
know for Cam. I don't know of anybody that pays their mods specifically
Yeah.
to be a mod. That's just like a. For me, my mods are all channel members.
Yeah.
Of some type of stature, meaning they've been a channel member long enough to kind of prove themselves, because I don't want anybody to come in and become a channel member and me instantly give them mod status, and it be somebody that pays just to come in and cause trouble. So I don't want that. But that's kind of the barrier to entry for me that I use. And yeah, other than that, so most people, that's the thing. It's loyal. They're loyal viewers, things like that. People that know the host and know how the host wants their house ran and that sort of thing, or become mods. Now, in Andrew's case and in other channels too, they do have mods that they pay for other things. They pay to, as assistants, or maybe they do thumbnails, or maybe they, whatever, maybe they do scheduling, or who knows, right? Editing, that sort of thing. So it just so happens that they're a mod. It's a coincidence.
Right.
It's a coincidence.
That's a great way to put that, actually.
It's a coincidence that they're a mod. It's not they're mod because because of that.
Yeah.
So
that's a really great way to put that. So for me, I did mods based on people who are regulars. I don't have memberships yet, which hopefully I'll have those up.
Yeah, I started out the same way. Like all smaller channels will start out and you just get your regulars, and eventually those regulars become channel members anyway, most likely.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I should have I'm waiting on the artwork for the memberships, and then once that's done, I've just got to submit my levels and get it approved.
I started out that way, and then before I ever was able to, because I didn't come up in a world where you could do it at 500 subs. That's been fairly recent, right?
Yeah.
And so I had to have 1,000, and so I probably went to maybe 250 or 300 subs, and I worked off of just loyal viewers, and then I found Patreon, and for the up until I was able to get memberships, because memberships is fairly new too. So up until the point that YouTube opened up memberships, all of my Patreon people basically were mods, right? And then we added the members, and then those people were able to get mods. And then I eventually nixed Patreon simply because Patreon was horrible on the back end with the way they're managing your money and you're getting paid. It was insane. I was paying for channels it wasn't getting, because I support other channels too, but I was
Mhm.
paying channels that wasn't getting my money. Channels were paying me that I wasn't getting their money. Every month, even though I would have the same number, sometimes month to month of Patreon of patrons, the amount would be different. And I just got tired of it. And I finally said, you know what? I'm shutting down Patreon completely. And one of the reasons was because we had the YouTube memberships. And even though it takes more of a percentage, which sucks, with YouTube memberships, if I could funnel my Patreon people to YouTube as members, I can do members only early video releases. I can do members only live streams. I can do behind the scenes stuff with members. There's a lot of function on YouTube that I could do with members that I couldn't do with the Patreon group, right? I could go over to Patreon and post all that, sure, but I couldn't give them access to the YouTube side of stuff. So it just made
Yeah.
sense.
I mean, that's a really solid point. For me, I've never done Patreon, so that's an interesting thing. I know guys that have done it, but most of them quit. So, I never did Patreon. I for me, I got I don't know. I've just got it grew faster than I thought it would. And so, because I mean, you got to admit, I mean, you got to think, I've only been doing this for like 2.5 months.
Yeah, y'all are in a niche, or y'all are adjacent to a niche. Let me back up. I'm talking about you and Andrew and
Yeah.
all this. The manosphere, whatever you want to call it,
Mhm.
niche,
Yeah.
has really, really, really caught fire. And so y'all were positioned well, being, and I'm not lumping y'all into that specific niche, but I'm just saying
Mhm.
y'all are adjacent enough because of the
Oh, yeah.
guests you have and the topics you do and other things. That yeah, y'all are definitely able to catch that wave. It's still riding that wave. It still is a wave. So it's pretty
Yeah.
neat.
It's an interesting thing because um, I'm not really in the debate sphere, although I do some debates.
Mm.
And I don't do um yeah, I just don't do some of the other contact like some of the other creators, but I listened to what Andrew told me the other night. I am going more political. Um I probably will do more. I like the discussion with Anson tonight. That was great. Um, I'll keep I'm
Oh,
gonna
I
keep doing
like. So I'm thinking something over here, which is really weird because I play around in a lot of niches, but
sure.
this is the first niche I've come over, and I forgot what it was. So the way it happened with me, I was watching Access Vegas. I'd watched like one or two of them, maybe.
Rolo.
Partially. Yeah, I caught Rolo, and I'm like, okay, that's kind of neat. I kind of like what Rolo's saying. That's kind of interesting. And then caught an Access Vegas, and then YouTube. I mean, it feeds you up all kinds of shit anyway.
Mhm.
So once I started with Rolo, obviously Fresh and Fit started popping up on the feed, and a lot of other things that I kind of got introduced to with that Manosphere or whatever. And then Andrew went on Access Vegas, and that was my first uh, foray with Andrew. And oh my God, him and those stupid twins on that episode I was rolling, like, and my wife was rolling even with it. Like it was hilarious because the back and forth. You remember that episode probably?
I didn't watch it. I don't watch
Oh, you
Access.
never did. You never did watch it? Oh my God.
I'll
Um,
probably need to.
so there's these two twins that are on there, and they're troublesome and mouthy anyway. And you can imagine with that kind of attitude because Andrew gives what he gets, right? And so it was just, oh my God, it was so hilarious. And then so I started following Andrew, and then that's where you came in. At some point, it was whatever too, and then I kind of put two and two together with, oh man, that's Grid that chimes in on whatever every now and then
Yeah.
apparently. So because
Yeah.
Andrew went on whatever, that's how I found whatever. Um, but anyway, so I've never, I dabble in other niches, but I've never gotten this deep. But I think
Yeah.
one of the reasons that I've gotten so deep into this niche and playing around in this community too, even though this is not like my home, um, is the similarities. You know what I mean? Because I'll hang
Mhm.
out like in the sports card niche a lot,
Mhm.
but like those people are really big into sports ball, and like I like all my old cards and talking about Hall of Famers from 30 years ago and shit like that. But like modern sports, I don't keep up. I care fucking less.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Everybody's
So
got
there's
their.
a so there's an aspect of it that I like when I hang out over there. But I mean, I don't really have nothing to add. I can't really add to the conversation or jump in and they don't have the variety of topics that you guys have over here. So it's really cool. But what I was saying is, I think what this space, whatever you want to call it, offers is, have you seen what Crowder did? Crowder brought in like Jim Brewer, and he brought in Mike with Mr. Guns and Gear, and some others, and kind of got like this team built for like Crowder TV type stuff, where it's covering these different topics in these different areas and stuff. And I see this space as one of those
Mhm.
that you take me from the gun side, you from, Andrew from the debate side, you from the politics side, let's say, right? You got
Sure.
Belay out there, which is on the gold side. Um, you've got all these different components that we're all kind of here in this space, but then at the same time, we all kind of have, well, even Anson that come in that was talking economics earlier, right? Like we've got all of these people that have all of these different things that they can offer value in, right? But then we're all in the same space hanging out. Like, how can we co-opt that? Does that make sense? In a
Oh yeah.
way that like Crowder tried to do over there.
And
Is there a way
when
that
I'm
we can do
awake, we're
that?
gonna have a really good discussion about this because because I see Andrew's grand plan to some degree, and
Yeah.
I think that I I think that it's a I think that there's something there that can really move things forward and like really be important. Um,
Right.
Unfortunately, tonight is wrong night to catch me on it
No,
because
it's
I'll be.
late. I agree. I mean, it was just one of the things that I say what's in my head, and that was in my head, unfortunately. So, uh,
Yeah,
it's not, and it's not
no,
gonna get,
I think
it's not
I
gonna get
think you're
hashed out
right.
right here and now because there's too
Yeah, I
many.
think no, I think the exact same thing. I feel like and then I'm gonna call it after this, but um
Yeah, you're at 6 hours.
yeah, I feel like that there's a I so I feel like there's a bunch of people out there that enjoy the talk format, right? They want to hear people
Mhm.
sitting and talking and so they can listen to it
And
and they
about
can
real shit
understand it.
too, right?
Yeah,
Like,
and about real things, right? And it's not staged. It's not playing. Like one of the reasons why I've resisted, and I've been told by multiple people that I would grow. Well, first of all, I was told I would grow much faster if I followed a format, wrote a script, and basically had a canned show, basically.
yeah, I've been told if I leaned more into the 2A side and just news on 2A and stuff, and there's no
Mhm.
doubt because I've been seeing other channels do it. I like playing with the fun shit and
Yeah,
making the videos on the fun shit and
yeah.
testing the fun
Why would
shit
you
and
not?
going and having, well, you know what I'm talking about because you're
Yeah,
there too in a lot of ways,
yeah,
and all the contacts and the friends I got in the industry.
yeah,
I love that aspect. I don't want to give
yeah.
that up.
Yeah, you need to get a hold of James Tarr and get him
But
on your show.
that's
He's a
one
legend.
of the, again, that's
Michael
another
Biehn.
reason. That's another
Michael.
reason that I like it here
Mhm.
is because this is a space that I can talk that, but then at the same time I can talk other things too, and it doesn't hurt
Yeah.
my channel, right?
Right.
Because I can come here and I can talk about being a dad, being a grandfather, being married for 3 decades, whatever, politics, whatever it might be, and I'm not doing it on my channel, which is tanking the algorithm.
Yeah, and so what I do, I was told that my format, long format, unscripted shows that I wouldn't grow, that I wouldn't see it wouldn't happen. But yet here we are. I'm basically 11 weeks into this, right?
Yeah, you've
And
done
I've
well.
already, I've got almost 2,000 subs. I've got my analytics are crazy. Like they're really good. Like they're not great. I mean, pardon me. They're not exceptional, but they're really good. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
they're not, it's not terrible. And a lot of it, I think, honestly, is I just think people feel engaged when they watch the content. They feel
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
they're being talked, they're being spoken to, and which is something that,
Yeah.
and and I've been handed this reference a lot lately, is that I sound and act and speak a lot like the Mr. Limbaugh. And the reason for that is I watched his show for years, man, and
Right.
I always felt really engaged by his show. Like it wasn't that he was speaking just to me, but I was in that crowd of people that was listening to what he was saying. And I think that there's something to that in a show format. And his show, obviously it was scripted to some degree because he did 3 hours, but a lot of it was it felt unscripted, right?
Mhm.
And I think that that's one of the reasons why I hesitate to move away from this format. I don't want to
Yeah.
feel scripted. I really like being able to just call somebody up like Anson tonight, right? Like I honestly thought that Kat was going to have a little bit more to say on the politics tonight because
And
they
she
could
just may have been tired. You don't know. You
I
know
think
what I
she was.
mean?
Oh, I
Like,
think she was a little burned out by the
yeah.
debate, and
Yeah.
I think
Right.
that she has a different point of view on politics, so she just wasn't really into it. You know what I mean? She was
Yeah.
like, "Yeah, this is I don't know what's going on here." So whatever.
Right.
I get it. And so when the opportunity came, not being a scripted show, we didn't have to slog through that, right? Like I could just, she's like, I'm going to bed. I'm tired. Okay, cool. I got Anson up here. I get you up here. We have a great show. And I just, that's kind of where I'm at.
Mhm.
And with that, guys, I am calling it. I'm actually really shocked my wife hasn't called me and
You ain't got
yelled
to
at me.
go home, but you can't stay here.
Yeah, that's right. You don't have to go home. You go to bars, go wherever you got to go. You can't stay here, and you got to get off my lawn. You guys are you're messing up my lawn, and we'll see you guys later. And thanks Clover for being on.
Yeah. 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 Enjoyed it.